Bonjour et bienvenue. Hello and welcome from Privas here in France. We are in the department of Ardèche, just south of Lyon, and this is the start town for today's European Championships men's elite road race, the last of this week of racing here in France. We're looking at the River Rhône, which is just passing through this town, just on the outskirts of Privas, which is the capital city of the department of Ardèche, departmental number 07, for those of you who are keeping track. Of course, we have already seen quite a lot of races in the previous days, both the time trials. This is the situation in our Finnish town of Guilherand-Grange. 15 Celsius, which is about 55 Fahrenheit. A little bit of wind, about 30 degrees wind speed. And yesterday, what am I talking about? Last year, we went to Belgium with a very classic style parcours in the province of Limburg. And there we had a royal sprint with Tim Elliott in the streets of Hasselt, bringing it home just ahead of Olaf Kooi and Mats Mikkels. Jasper Philipsen, Christophe Pedersen, Wittner, Anelkowski, Laporte and Kirsch were in the top 10 last year in the streets of Hasselt. 222 kilometers, very active race that was. This year we have a race that is slightly shorter, 202.5 kilometers, but a lot harder, with 3,300 meters of elevation. Starting in the town of Privas, we have a northern wind, a Mistral wind coming through the Rhône Valley, meaning that for the first part of the race we have a headwind, and then we enter the first of the two local circuits. First one is 34.7 kilometers, going to do that three times up the long climb of Saint-Romain-de-l'Air and the Val d'Anvers. And then we cross the finish line again for three times the shorter loop of 17 kilometers, which includes the very short Montée de Costebelle and yet again the Val d'Anvers, which is French for the Valley of Hell. It's a very steep climb, very bad asphalt as well. French team in full force here. Some teams are missing, we'll get into that a little bit later, but sadly no Team GB, no Ireland either on the start list today. João Almeida is a man on the start line, and we're going to listen to the Portuguese rider.
To be close to the end of the season, how is the shape going on? Yeah, my last race of the season. It's been a long one, and yeah, the feeling has not been the best. I was sick from the TT on with some stomach problems, so yeah, I hope to find some good feeling today and do my best. If the feelings are good, what do you hope to do on that race? Being in the front group, I think, would be nice. A lot of strong guys here. I'm also not the best guy for one-day races. I still have a lot to learn. So yeah, we're gonna go with everything we have and do our best. Of course, you know where Tara is, so I guess you have an idea of what you want to do. What's the best strategy for you? For knowing that you have not that many teammates here compared to other nations, so what is the best move? I don't know. We need to read the race. We can have many plans, but it depends on the others as well. So no, we just need to read the race properly and be aware of everything. And yeah, maybe try to anticipate, maybe not, who knows. So it can go in different ways.
This is, of course, the team to look at and the man to look at. Yes, indeed, he can wear his his World Champions jersey at the European Championships, because this is the higher rated championship. You can race in that jersey here. Sadly, also, when Tadej Pogačar wins the European Championships, and I rate that chance rather high, we won't see the European Championship jersey in the races at all. If this man wins, we will indeed. It hardly ever happens that Jonas Vingegaard is at an international championship, or at a one-day race for that matter. But today he's here alongside the Danish team, with a strong team. They also have Matthias Skelmose here. Sadly, Mess Pedersen fell ill and has had to decide that he's not lining up for this race. Other riders that I found on the start list who are not here: Chris Nijlands for Latvia, and Dylan van Baarle, who crashed hard in the time trial on Wednesday. A time trial that was won, of course, by Remco Evenepoel. He's there side by side with Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogačar. Almeida on the front row, Ayuso on the front row, as well as the French rider Julien Bernard, who we found in the early break in Rwanda only a week ago. It seems like such a long time ago, but it was only a week ago. Cuba do Grosso here at the back of the bunch, joking around with young Kristen. Do Grosso himself, yeah, he said he didn't have that many high expectations from today's race. We only have 97 riders on the start line for 202.5 kilometers of racing. We start, as always, with a little bit of neutral, and then the race starts in earnest here from Privas, on our way to Guilherand-Grange, from the Ardèche department to the Drôme for a new European champion.
La 10e édition de la course Elite-Homme avec Tadej Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel, Jonas Vingegaard.
Smiling faces still here on the road for the riders. John Mould, everybody's still smiling here, but if I look at the profile, those smiles might be gone rather soon.
Yeah, there's no hiding from the start, is there today? We do the neutral and then we head straight uphill. So yeah, if an easy break goes, maybe the smiles will last a bit longer, but if there's a big fight and there's going to be a few riders who want to be in that breakaway, yeah, smiles will turn to grimaces really fast.
We're racing through the absolutely beautiful town of Privas, which was already rather important in Roman times. Of course, many of the towns that we find here in France, alongside one of the main rivers, the Saône and the Rhône in this case, were important due to in Roman times as well. They uncovered a villa, a Roman villa, but after that, Roman times, the time of gold, really. It took another 7, 8 centuries before Privas showed up in the history books again, and that was because they founded the Church of St. Thomas and a castle for the barons of the region, really. It became a very important town in the movement of the Huguenots, which is basically the French word for Protestants. They even destroyed the Catholic Church, the St. Thomas Church, in 1570, meaning that the Huguenots took over in this part of France. French kings gradually ended that movement on the night of St. Bartholomew, amongst others, and Protestantism was not really a thing anymore, out in the open at least, here in France, and it became a full-on Catholic country again. 1629, important moment here in the history of Privas, when King Louis XIII, the dad of King Louis XIV, to no surprise of anybody, plundered, besieged the town, took over the town, and most of the people actually were killed in that moment. But still, despite all that, there was a very fierce Protestant hidden minority here in Privas. It has been the capital of the department of Ardèche for over 2 centuries already, since 1790. It's a beautiful town to go on holiday to, about 8,500 inhabitants. Of course, you've got wine, you've got fruit, cerise, cherries, for example, but also all sorts of other fruits. Apricots quite prominent here as well. Olives. And yeah, it is the port to the south, port to the Provence. And that's why it's a very popular region to go on holiday to. Tenth edition of the European Championships for elite men. We're still in the neutral for 202.5 kilometers of racing. My name is José Bain. With me is John Mould. John, why do we even have a neutral? Why is that in bike races?
Yeah, just to settle. Normally it starts in a town or a town centre, and you get out of the traffic and make your way up. It's kind of just a done thing now, actually. It's good to making sure the cars are all in the right position behind. If there's any problems, everyone waits. The race doesn't start until all the riders are together. One thing I have noticed with this neutral, I think it was Novak at Slovenia telling the car to slow down. Normally on a climb, it's easy for it. It's surprising actually how hard it is, even if you're behind a car. So sometimes those neutral zones, if the neutral car's going a little bit too fast, yeah, they're pretty tough.
Yeah, because we have an uphill start here. Of course, everybody's talking about the climbs of Saint-Romain-de-l'Air and the Val d'Anvers, but we have an uphill start basically. 4 kilometers, 5.1% on the Col du Moulin à Vent, which is French for windmill, Moulin à Vent. As always, here in the south of France, we have a decent amount of wind happening today. It's the infamous Mistral wind. It's going to pick up a little bit as the afternoon is progressing, meaning that we basically start with a headwind until we end up on the local circuit. It's a rather small peloton, John. We only have about 96 riders at the start line. A few big blocks with Slovenia, with Belgium, Denmark, France. Those are the biggest teams. Are they automatically also taking charge from the start, you think? Or, yeah, what do you think? What do you expect from today's race?
Yeah, I
or
think
the start
they will,
at least.
Straight away, the likes of Slovenia and Belgium, we saw recently at the World Championships, both nations are keen to control things. There's going to be a lot of riders looking for the breakaway. Maybe some representation, the likes from someone from Denmark to help. The aim, if you weren't Belgium or Slovenia, is to put a rider in the breakaway. They could then help later on in the race if there's anything needed, or you really just want to have as many numbers at the end. And the best way of doing that sometimes is putting a rider in the breakaway, knowing that they will get caught, but then they can support later on. So there will be a bit of a fight, but I think Slovenia, with the team they have, will be able to control things, and you'll see them, take over the pace and making sure the breakaway doesn't get too much time.
We're still on that neutral as we speak. It's a 200-kilometer long ride. I do hope that we will not see a 100-kilometer Tadej Pogačar solo, but Remco Evenepoel has already indicated, and the Belgian national coach have already indicated, that they have a little bit of an atypical plan today. Of course, last week in Rwanda we saw that the Belgians took charge basically from the start, and that Evenepoel was quite isolated later on in the race. Today they are racing with Ties Benoot, Jenno Bergmoes, Stef Kras, Junior Lesser, Xander Marisse, Maxime van Geels and Louis Vervaeke around Remco Evenepoel. And of course, Serge Pauwels, the national coach, didn't really open up about the strategy, naturally, because other people can also read websites. But yeah, maybe they shouldn't be taking charge straight from the start and wait a little bit. But we get to see everything of it, so that's going to be fascinating too. There is a kilometre zero of this 10th edition of the European Cycling Championships. Elite men's category, 202.5 kilometres for you to do. And we start uphill on the Col du Moulin à Vent, 4 kilometres, 5.1%. It's arguably the easiest of them all. One of the Greek riders is at the start straight away, Militiadis Giannoutsis and Emiliano Villa. That doesn't really sound all that Greek. 2 riders for Greece on the start line, but of course everybody's looking at this man, John. The question on everybody's mind at the start, also at the pre-race interviews by Antoine Plouvin, was when is he going to attack, and is he going to do a very long solo, Tadej Pogačar?
Yeah, it's the question on coming out of everyone's mouths, and it's kind of a weird one, isn't it? You come into a race, and we all expect it to happen. We expected it to happen last year at the Worlds. It happened again this year at the Worlds. So the question is, we spoke briefly about what Slovenia want to do, and of course what Belgium want to do. But the best way, the only way you can hope, is try and isolate Tadej Pogacar. And if you do isolate him, normally he's able to deal with it himself. So it's a tough one, but there's always a chance in a race. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, talking about tough one, this is of course not great if you prepared for this race. The man from Moldova, he started this race and is dropped basically straight from the start. So not a great day out for Ilya Seremet from Moldova. At the front of the race we find a familiar face, Lukas Kubiš, racing there on his lovely Cannondale in the colours of the Slovakian flag. Great paint job on that bike. He's of course the national champion, normally representing the Unibet Titema Rockets, and we find him at the front straight away. Seems like we have a little bit of a move going on already.
Yeah, the first looks of a bit of a split. I actually spoke with Lucas a couple of days ago and he was really keen to get in the breakaway. So he's already started at the front. But of course those little groups are just coming back together. It's all about having numbers. So you really want the green of Slovenia behind to try and block the road. At this point we saw a rider from Germany closing the gap, a rider from Belgium. So until there's the really control from the green of Slovenia, it's going to take a while for this breakaway to go.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so that it is going to take a while before the break actually goes up the road. Louis Vervaeke, the man here. I taught you about the atypical plan that the Belgian national coach apparently has for today. He didn't disclose what it was, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, this uphill start, the Col du Moulin à Vent, 4 kilometers, is already proving to be difficult for a few riders. We saw the man from Moldova in trouble, also Lukas Kloppenborg from Albania in a bit of trouble. One of the Turkish riders up there as well, with Tahir Yugid. So yeah, a hard start altogether for some of the riders in this group already. We have got a few big blocks of riders with 8. France has got 8, Slovenia's got 8, and Belgium's got 8. Denmark also qualified 8 riders, but Mess Pedersen sadly fell ill. He did do the time trial on Wednesday, but yeah, he was already in a little bit of trouble on Wednesday. Didn't really perform the way that he had hoped. Still a top 10 place, I think he did, for Mess Pedersen, but then he fell ill. The ambition was that he was also going to race the Münsterland Classic that was on Friday and then travel to France to race on Sunday. But yeah, he ended his season. So Denmark are 1 man short. On the other hand, we're missing a few riders, a few countries. Norway, not here at all. Of course, we heard from UnoX with the World Championships, John, that everything at UnoX, where they have the majority of Norwegian pro riders, is focused on getting these points to make that promotion to the World Tour. But we're also missing Great Britain and Ireland. And with guys like Eddie Dunbar or Ben Healy, it would have been a great course for these guys. It's really sad to not see Ireland in the elite race. We did see Ireland in the under-23 and junior categories rather successfully for the men, but sadly not in the road race.
No, it's I think more a question of cost as well, especially with the Worlds being in Africa, the smaller nations.
They weren't there either.
Yeah, they were. Eddie was.
Ireland was at the World Championships. Yes, yeah. Of course. Yeah. Duh.
So obviously they spent what they needed to do there, and they still brought the younger categories to the Euros, which actually is really important in my mind for the development. You get a chance to ride these big events when you're under 23 or junior, and obviously that becomes the norm then. The pressure or the extra pressure of being at a major championships, you're used to it when you step up to the elite category.
And with a few silver and bronze medals for the junior and under 23 men for Ireland, so good result there. But really sad not to see Team GB here. But that is, just like you said, a matter of cost. And you can imagine, it's like, how expensive can it even be, to travel to France? But I know that the Dutch Federation is quite strapped for budget at the moment. And yeah, the same goes for a lot of other federations. We've got a big track world championships coming up in South America, in Chile, which is yeah, going to cost quite a lot of money for Team GB as well. But yeah, sadly, no British riders, no Irish riders here in this elite road race. Number 38 is Huub Arts of the Dutch team. Very active there at the front now with Daan Holen. Also Matthijs Paasens is trying to bridge across. Sadly, no Dylan van Baarle, who crashed hard in that time trial on Wednesday and had to decide that he was not going to start the race. Is that already Matthijs Vacek in an early move?
Yeah, it sure is. Little track teammates on the road.
Yeah, yeah.
They know each other well, but this is a really good, strong breakaway. This is the good thing and bad thing about this really hard start. The riders who do get away, you do it on power, you do it on, ability. It's not an easy breakaway this. So if the breakaway does go up the road, it will be a strong breakaway. So that is, whoever makes it, there's always a bit of worry for possibly the Slovenia team.
Top of the climb in my, non-existent road book, because we didn't really have a road book, is indicated at 194.4. So the top of the climb should be up there quite soon. And then we are going to get through the valley with passage through the town of Saint-Laurent-du-Pape. A lot of vineyards coming up, a lot of wine. I don't know anything about wine, to be honest with you, so I cannot tell you anything about it.
I can't either, other than it tastes nice with pasta. Really, that's and bolognese.
Barbaric. French wine with pasta. How could you, John? How could you?
Yeah, I don't know about maybe a bit of cheese. Actually, I'll do it with French cheese.
I know a lot about cheese.
I don't know enough about it, but I know it tastes nice. That's all. That's all. That's all.
Well, we have done the first of the climbs, but we still have 3 big ones to go and 5 of the small ones. So I say small ones, it's called Fort d'Anvers, just a very short climb. It's only 1.6 kilometers, but it averages almost 10%. So it does count a bit, especially after all that we've seen so far. All that we've seen so far. When we get to that climb, we have not seen all that much so far. Apart from this little breakaway with Matthijs Vacek, with Daan Holen, and Matthijs Paasens is the man in third wheel, number 42, normally representing the Bahrain victorious team, as you can see from the Merida bikes. Although I read that next year they might be switching to Bianchi in the big bike brand carousel that's always happening in the off-season as well.
Yeah. Rider and bike carousel. There's a lot going on this year. Obviously, it always is, but it gives us a bit of a hard time in January and February, especially when I was racing. I always remember couldn't recognise riders for the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks of races, until you get used to them in the new kit.
Some reactions coming up from Slovakia. That is Martin Svricek. Slovakian team here with 2 riders, Lukas Kubiš and Martin Svricek. Look at how small that peloton is. We lost a few riders on the way. They do have an opportunity to come back on the descent and on our way to our first crossing of the finish line, and that's going to be, according to my schedule, at 155 kilometers from the line. We have a headwind at this point. It's a northerly wind today. It doesn't really matter on the descent, but it might when we get through the valley. One of the riders of Latvia up there as well, Kristians Belošović. I'll probably say that completely wrong, but of course the son of the former pro Raivis. So 3 guys on the podium for Latvia, with Chris Nijlands also on the start line, but I don't think he took the start. But we didn't have formal confirmation of that fact. Let's see on the helicopter image, John, how big that gap actually is at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite a substantial gap. Yeah,
not insurmountable.
No. Yeah, we see the Slovakian team now trying to almost block the road. It's Switzerland. 11 seconds that time check.
Switzerland here with Jan Christen and Mark Hirschi. Jan Christen, of course, just 21 years of age, 22. Very young guy. Has raced an awful lot, as Jan Christen did also the World Championships, did the team time trial on Thursday. And he said in a pre-race interview that he was also already feeling a little bit tired, and can you blame him? Three leaders at the moment. We have a time check of 18 seconds. The Italian team actually rather small, with Alberto Bettiol, Marco Frigo, Gianmarco Garofoli, Cristian Scaroni and Diego Lisi. Of course, a formidable force as always, the Italians, but only 5 riders at the start line. I think they had, in terms of their quota, they could have a full team. How much influence, John, do the teams who actually pay the salaries of these riders have? Do you have to ask formal approval from your team that you can do a national championship?
It's a difficult one. It changes from team to team, I think, is the honest answer. Obviously, a lot of riders, you always, you really, you always want to represent your country if you're available, if you can. So sometimes it is that balance of race program. Also makes the balance of how the parcours of the major championships is. If you can add anything to the team, things all change. But obviously, if the team who pay you and they need you at a race, like a good example is the Norwegian national team with Uno X at the moment. Some things take priority. But in my mind, national jersey, you don't, always as a rider, sometimes you really feel so much for the team that you ride for, but you don't get many opportunities to wear those national champs jerseys. So it's an honour for every rider to wear it, and actually sometimes saying no can be good, it can be bad, but most of the time you could regret it if you don't get a chance to put on your national jersey.
There's a lot of other races going on at the moment, of course. Yesterday we raced Giro dell'Emilia in Italy. Today we continue with Coppa Agostoni. It's the final day of the Crow race today, and of course quite a few pros have decided to travel to Malaysia for the Tour of Langkawi this year, including Uno X. And Uno X, they are on the verge of a promotion to the World Tour. Runner-up in GC today, so that's going to give you I think 150 points if you're runner-up in Langkawi today. Those are points that are incredibly important. Uno X are in I wouldn't say a battle, but it is a battle with the Cofidis to stay in the World Tour, and for Uno X to make that promotion to the World Tour, which would mean that they do not rely on wildcard invitations anymore, especially for the Grand Tours. They would already get automatic invites to all the classics based on their position on the ranking. And it would give them the opportunity to really plan a program with their main riders. Of course, Tobias Halland Johannessen will return to the Tour de France, I have no doubt about that. But especially if you've got a few younger riders, when is their new first Grand Tour going to be? You can plan in December instead of in February.
I Matthias, first tell us how are you? In what shape are you coming into this European Championship?
Yeah, doing good, and I mean the season is already long, so I can feel it a bit. The body is getting tired, but yeah, still a lot of motivation for this race, and yeah, it's going to be for sure really hard, but I'm going to give everything, and we see what happens.
When we look at the course, if we forget a bit about the opposition here, is it a good one for you? Is the climb a bit too hard, or is it perfect for you?
I mean the long climb, it's probably a bit too hard. It's quite steep in the start, so yeah, not probably the best climb according to my weight, but yeah, I hope the race will be more under pressure in the smaller climbs where I can probably hang on and fight. So yeah, we see for sure. I don't want to be overexcited going into the race, and just focus on myself and do what I can do.
Matthias Walczak, the double national champion of the Czech Republic. 4 wins this year, those 2 titles, of course. There was a team trial in Valencia, which he won with Little Trek, and he won a stage in the Tour of Wallonia. Matthias Walczak, always a very exciting rider to watch. And he's in the breakaway with his teammate at Little Trek, Dan Hole, and Matthijs Paasens, 2 Dutch riders at the front. And the gap is going out a little bit.
Seems like Matej Mohoric of Slovenia, he's came to the front the last time we saw the front of the peloton. You know how well Mohoric can descend. Is this it's a small breakaway, but quite a strong breakaway, and still only 26 seconds. Is it a decision to close this breakaway down? We at 183 kilometers remaining. We then hit that valley road, which will be a headwind for around 25 kilometers actually. So it's going to be interesting. We see how Mohoric already and Slovenia starting to close that breakaway down, but it's always nice when you hear an interview, just going back to Vasek, saying he won't be too excited, he just wants to ride his own race, and here we are, in a breakaway with 2 other riders with 189k to go. So
being very excited.
He's excited everything. Or he's riding his own race, I'm not sure. It's actually more looking like counter-attacks, trying to go off the front of the peloton. But with the course, with the high speed of the descent, it's very difficult to break away.
This little river is called Irieux, and the next town that we're going to finish is called, that we're going to visit is called Les Ollières sur Irieux. It's a rather small town with about 1,000 inhabitants here in the department of Ardèche. 2 major races taking place here at the start of the season, at the end of February normally, during the opening weekend in Belgium. We race the Drôme and Ardèche Classique, and the climbs that we see today, especially the Val d'Anvers climb, is also part of that race. Quite often raced in challenging weather circumstances at the end of January. I've seen many editions in the pouring rain. To be honest, this year it was a little bit weird because half of the peloton ended up on the wrong side of the road with the finish of one of these races. In the end, it was won by Romain Grégoire, who decided to take the right side of the road and was awarded the win. Marco Brenner was on that podium, and Lorenzo Fortunato. It's a course where we also find the climb of Saint-Romain-de-l'Air, the one that we are going to do 3 times in this race, and the Val d'Anvers. And yeah, the descent of the Val d'Anvers is, as you've seen in the road race yesterday with the women, rather bad. I was surprised actually, John, because if you have the Tour de France in town, we were racing around Mont Ventoux, I don't race, I ride. We were riding around Mont Ventoux last year, and we saw there was a lot of new tarmac, and we thought, okay, Mont Ventoux must be in the Tour de France, and it was. That's quite often in France the kind of indicator that you know that the Tour de France is coming to town. But if you saw the road surface of the Val d'Anvers, it was terrible.
Yeah, sometimes they just haven't,
didn't get the memo.
They didn't get the memo, but it's always interesting, isn't it? You it's one of the best things about having the Tour de France, or even the Tour of Britain in the UK. The potholes get fixed, which is normally you're waiting a long time for that, and then the Tour of Britain comes to town, and the yellow paint comes out, and then the holes are filled. So nice when you're riding, anyway. It's really undecided at this breakaway, isn't it? Oof, 3 riders up the road, but the counter-attacks just aren't being allowed to go. Every time you see a little group, Kubis of Slovakia is really keen, but
yeah, and then they try to kind of block the road with the major nations, and I'm saying France, Slovenia, Belgium as the major teams here. And now one of the riders of Belgium and Denmark and France trying to bridge across, and of course that is causing alarm in the Slovenian team, because if they have somebody in that breakaway and Slovenia does not, that's always a scary situation. This is Emils Liepinš representing Latvia. Of course they have a formidable force in Tom Squinch, who always does really well at these championships. He was 5th, I think, from the top of my head at the World Championships in Rwanda. He's a real championship rider. This is an interesting move. I think we have a rider from Spain involved. We've got Belgium. I think this is Sandro Marissa. And then Slovenia wants to send one of their riders up as well. And then we get a bigger group. And that could be a successful group.
Yeah, but then it'll cancel each other out again. This is the biggest problem. As soon as a Slovenia rider gets there, they'll sit on. If you're in a breakaway and you're from Belgium and there's a Slovenian rider with you, then you sit on. It's just this cancel each other out for a long time.
Well, the duo of Slovakia have really talked to each other and told each other that it's absolutely pivotal that they have somebody at the front. So whether that is Kubiš or whether that is Stricek, as we see right now, they are taking turns in attacking. Slovakia have got... We do it all the time, John, don't we? Every time we are commenting together, we start a sentence on the same moment.
I know.
One of the 2 riders then from Poland with Jakub Kaczmarek. Italy follows, Liepinš follows, Stricek follows. Second rider from Poland tries to bridge across as well. That is Denny van der Tuuk. Kubiš tries. For Italy, is it Italy? No, it's not Italy. I thought it was Italy.
I was looking through the course as well. It's actually quite wide roads for a long time. Normally if it goes into a narrow point, that's where you can really close the road down or block the road and allow a breakaway to go. But with the wide roads, it's unless every team joins together to try and close the road, close the front of the peloton, counter-attacks can keep just going either side of the road. So again, it's Belgium this time who bring it back.
And Slovenia straight onto that move as well with one of their riders. Slovenia starting, of course, with the world champion, who rides in his world champion jersey, Tadej Pogačar. Tilen Fincht, Mateusz Govekar, Matej Mohoric, Domen Novak, Jaka Primožić, Ance Skok, and Miguel Stajnar, in my best Slovenian. They will host the European Championships next year in the capital of Ljubljana. And we're going to see the exact same situation in 2026. The 27th of November is going to be the World Championships road race in Canada, in Montreal. And 1 week later, on the 4th of October, is going to be the European Championships road race in Ljubljana. And then it's another week, only a week, including a jet lag. And it's like can these people from the UCI and the UEC just like phone each other and say, well, this is maybe not the ideal planning, can we do it some other time on the year? But apparently not. So next year it's going to be even more difficult if you want to do both to make that combination, because you've got like seven-hour time difference to factor in. They do the time trials, by the way, after the road race next year. So time trialists get 2 weeks between their races, and road races 1 week and a jet lag. So good luck with that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's trying to find the right place as well. We have such a busy race program from January until October. Yeah, it's probably never going to be a perfect time, but there could be a little bit better time maybe. But while we've been looking at the peloton for a long time, now the gap 50 seconds to the 3 leaders. You can see the consistency in pacing. If you're at a good pace for a long time, the gap just opens up.
It's not like they're giving up just yet, but Hole, Parsons and Vacek have 50 seconds already. Looks like one of the riders representing Monaco is very unhappy with the situation. Monaco's got 2 riders actually, with Antoine Berlin and Victor Langelotti, the man who's normally part of Ineos. This is Antoine Berlin. It's a nice little stripy jersey, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It's cool. Actually, the Monaco, the cycling club there, it's a similar jersey to this, same as the and the football team. So
it looks very much like AS Monaco, indeed. The same colours.
I like it. It's good.
It's Rajvic Kristians Belovojic of Latvia at the front. I spoke to his dad this summer in the youth tour Assen. He was there with a Latvian junior women's team. He explained to me how to pronounce the name. I tried it a few times. It was absolutely useless. So I'm sorry to the Belovojic family and Kristians in particular. It's a hard language, Latvian. It's a pretty difficult one.
Yeah.
Here's Remco Evenepoel. He's here to race, is what he said in the pre-race interview. He absolutely smashed the time trial, beating Filippo Ganna by over 40 seconds. And imagine that this is without Den Bigham getting involved in the aerodynamics of Remco Evenepoel. He's the Belgian. He is the European, he is the world, and he's the Olympic time trial champion. He's got full sweep of all titles in that discipline. And at Rebel Bora Hansgrohe, where he goes next year, they feel that he still has quite a lot of margin to improve, and I think everybody should be very scared of that.
Yeah, it's easy to forget he's only 25 years old as well. Came into the elite category direct from the junior category and started winning instantly, which we all knew how good he was as a junior. The amount of races he won, I think every race he pretty much rode as a junior he won.
Yeah.
So
there was one race that Biniam Girmay beat him.
Yeah, I think so. It was a crazy record when you looked at some of the stage races, like Junior Nations Cups. He was winning every stage and the overall, which was just everyone knew what a talent he was, but when he stepped up then he carried that form, and only 25 years old. So yeah, maybe that change to Red Bull could get a bit more out of him, and there's a lot of change going on in that team as well, so some interesting times coming up, I think, for that team.
Domen Novak not Domen Novak, Matej Mohoric very active there at the front for the Slovenian team. We also saw Marco Frigo there for Italy. Spain is getting involved. For the first time we see France as well with Julien Bernard. Spain have got Igor Arrieta, Juan Ayuso, do not forget about Juan Ayuso, Abel Balderstone, Marco Bellocchi, Urco Berrade and Pablo Torres. A rather young team altogether. Juan Ayuso went on a training ride with Alejandro Valverde, and Senor Valverde absolutely smashed one of these Strava records. He's still incredibly fit, and if you would, well, he probably has a Spanish national jersey. He's racing a lot of gravel still, but I think he could follow along for this race for quite a long time in his current form. If you judge from what he uploads on Strava, maybe he doesn't post his absolute rubbish rides, but what he posts on Strava is still pretty impressive. Yeah,
he's there was a reason why he was one of the best riders for a very long time, and even more so now. He's just been able to carry on. Maybe also he was always an absolute warrior of a trainer, and actually now getting a bit older, he's bringing down the amount of time he spends on his bike. May have actually improved it. Bit of recovery in between those hard sessions.
A Grand Tour might be too much to ask for Alejandro Valverde, but on the one-day efforts, the 45-year-old from Murcia still does pretty well. This is Denny van der Tuuk, a man with a very Dutch name, and that is because his dad is Dutch. Dad very active in the cycling clothing industry. But his mum is Polish, and unlike his brother Axel, Denny van der Tuuk decided to take the Polish nationality a few years ago, representing the country of his mum.
It looks like that peloton is slowly holding things up, so it's going to be interesting. We haven't seen much of the Spanish team towards the front yet.
But we're going to listen to Juan Ayuso right now.
What do you expect from this race for yourself?
I expect a bit similar to the World Championships, that the race can start quite early on. And yeah, from there I hope I can stay a bit more time with Tadej and be in the front.
Because if Tadej attacks, the plan is to try to follow, like you did a week ago?
I think everybody tries to follow, and yeah, then the legs will tell us where we can be.
And where do you think he will attack? At 70 km to go, the last ascent? Even before?
I don't think before, but I think at 70, last time on the big climb is a good place to go. And yeah, we have to be ready.
And for you, what is more important is to give everything to try to follow, or you have to also to manage your strength if here is a medal in the game for after?
I think we saw him very few times that when Tadej goes, he gets caught back in. So if you want to win, you really have to try and stay with him. And that's the difficult part, of course. But I think when you race to win, you have to, try and keep his wheel, and then if you explode, you explode.
I saw you yesterday going on a training, I think with Alejandro. What were the advices after the ride?
It was funny because we did a nice effort yesterday to open a bit the legs, and he was there with me at the end. So yeah, he's still in pretty good shape, and we were joking around. And I say that if someone gets sick or whatever, he can replace us because he's ready to go.
So did he have any advice at the end for you?
I mean, at the end, he's a big champion, and especially like in the Worlds, he's won it. So it's always nice to hear what he has to say. And on this case, I think the most important thing is first to try and follow, to give the responsibility to the big favorites, and then we'll see.
Yep, he won the World Championships in Innsbruck, Alejandro Valverde, after trying a zillion times to actually get that world title. He's been on the podium of a World Championships more than anybody else, with silver and bronze medals, but then finally in Austria, was it 2018, I think?
Yeah, Innsbruck, 2018.
Yeah, 2018, where he finally made it happen. I really love that for him. He was, like you said, a warrior, a champion, and finally he got to wear the rainbow jersey. Of course, you can say a lot about Alejandro Valverde and everything that happened in the past, but he always brought some very interesting racing. A counter-attack, Danny van der Tuuk, Lukas Kubiš, Christian Belovojic, Jaco Henninen, Finnish rider, and Niels Brun for Switzerland. This could be a good move. We've got none of the big blocks out there, not Slovenia, not Belgium, not Denmark, not France. So that could be an interesting move, potentially bridging across to our leaders. Although we still have some movement from the peloton. France there in second position, Slovenia as well, and that means that Belgium is probably plotting something. Very important to mention, John, we do not have any in-ear communication. It's a championship.
Yeah, the World Championships or European Championships, there's no race radio, so in connection with the team car. Also, riders talking to each other on the radio, that is also a really big thing. So the importance of a good road captain, a leader on the road who can read the race speed. Yeah, almost always having an eye on the front. Sometimes you see those tall riders who just look over the peloton and they're always seeing what's going on. And then other riders who are just completely concentrated on the wheel in front of them. It's I always find it amazing sometimes when you with teammates who didn't even know if there was a breakaway up the road or if there was any groups up the road. And I thought, what have you been doing? Have you just been sat here riding around and looking at the view? Have a look and make sure you have an idea of what's happening in the race. So it's a skill, but it can be learned, and I think at a young age you have to be aware of the race situations. And of course at under 23 level or 0.2 level you don't race with radios, it's only 0.1 races and above, so that time in the under 23 category is sometimes really important for the development, especially of road captains and riders who then go on to lead teams on the road. But there was another chase there, 4 riders now coming across that 5. The gap is really small. It's not around 10-15 seconds maybe from this group to the front of that peloton.
Pavel Kelemen was one of the riders there for the Czech Republic. One of the most infamous examples of no race radios was of course the Tokyo Olympics road race, women's race, where the entire Dutch team had no idea that Anna Kiesenhofer was still up there. I remember waking up that morning of the Tokyo Olympic road race, walking the dogs, checking the situation and seeing that a breakaway had 12 minutes, which is not very conventional in women's racing at all. And the Dutch women's team, they had absolutely no idea. Annemiek van Vleuten had no idea there was a rider up the road and that she had the silver medal. And this incredulous look that she had crossing the line and going to her Swanee and who kind of said, no, you don't have gold, you've got silver. That is, and I know that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, of course, the women's race last week in Rwanda was another example where it was kind of unclear what was happening. Of course, fortune favours the brave, and big props to Mavi Garcia, Niamh Fisher-Black, and of course Magdalene Valliere and the big favourites looking at each other, who also had no idea how big the gaps actually were. And Pauline Ferrand-Prévot criticised that. And there's a lot to say about it, John. Is it old-fashioned to race without communication? Is it fun? Is it unpredictable? Because all the other races of the year, you race with communication.
Yeah, but it's not a surprise. Every World Championships and European Championships every year doesn't have radios.
It has been a while for Pauline that she did a road championship.
Yeah, but still, it's not. I think from a team's point of view, you need to do something to make sure the riders know the time gaps. You have enough staff, you plan it properly. You have whiteboards at the side of the roads with Swannies. There's enough time to prepare properly for not having radios, in my opinion anyway. If you want to win, if you want to be the best, then you adapt and make a plan that makes the race better for yourself. If you don't have radios, you put staff members with whiteboards to make sure the time gaps are there. Also, this is the importance of a road captain. You can come back to the car. The car is always there. You can always come back and talk. Come back, get some bottles and talk to the DS. So it's easy to say, okay, we don't have radios. It's harder, but there's ways around it. and it's not a surprise.
Cannot be an excuse.
It's not an excuse in my mind. Especially you look at some of the best World Championship performances. It's all about the preparation from the whole team before you go, and that's the reason they win. So you have to deal with it. It's not a surprise. So yeah, do something to help these riders who struggle without the communication in their ear.
168 kilometres left to do in the men's elite European Championships road race. The first edition took place in Plumelec in Bretagne, in Brittany. Before that, we did have European Championships, but it was junior and under 23s only. So since 2016, we have continental championships for pros. The first win went to Peter Sagan, then Alexander Kristoff, Matteo Trentin, Elia Viviani. 2020, a win for Giacomo Nisolo, who's going to race his very last pro race tomorrow in the Coppa Bernocchi. Giacomo Nisolo. Sonny Colbrelli, Fabio Jacobs, Christophe Laporte in Drenthe in 2023. And last year in Hasselt in Belgium, it was Tim Merlier. And I'm under the impression, John, that the European Championship has gained in importance in the pro peloton.
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of built up. So it's a really nice jersey, in my opinion, actually, with the stars and the blue. So it's in some ways, I think previous editions have been a bit more sprint orientated or classic orientated, and at the moment the World Championships in recent times have been all about the climbers, and that's how it feels actually if you look back at the previous winners or recently. So those Euros then give an opportunity for those sprinters or those punchier riders for a chance at winning a big jersey.
First view of the Rhône River, 812 kilometers long. Starts in Switzerland and makes its way to France. More moves are happening as we speak. We still have that breakaway of 3 riders up the road with Dan Hole, Matthijs Pasens, the 2 Dutch riders, and Matthias Wacek for the Czech Republic. Very active are Slovakia, both with this man, Lukas Kubiš, and Martin Svricek. We have Denny van der Tuuk, very active in moves. Emils Leerpinch there for Latvia. Spanish riders moving to the front. Menno Huizing there for the Dutch. Matej Mohoric trying to counter a few of these moves as well. And this is the first time you can also see that the wind is blowing in this part of France. The infamous Mistral. Get to that a little bit later, but it's basically a wind that's being pushed through from the north through the Rhône Valley, causing some insane wind speeds. A couple of years ago, you might remember that we had to cancel the final 6 kilometers of the Mont Ventoux stage because it was just too dangerous to get to the top of the mountain, because wind speeds were up to 100, 110 kilometers an hour, and there's even some people going up there with a caravan. It's probably Dutch, but
it's crazy, actually.
It's now illegal, by the way.
Yeah.
It's now illegal.
It's closed. It's closed.
It's closed to caravans at the moment, but it was in the past. You could actually take your caravan over the Mont Ventoux, and I was like, why on earth do you want to do that? But us Dutch people have pretty weird customs sometimes, and I can say it because I'm Dutch. The Dutch team here without Mathieu van der Poel. It was the plan that he would race the European Championships and the Gravel Worlds next week in Maastricht in the Netherlands. But after the Mountain Bike World Championships, where he got a result that he was very unhappy with in the end, he decided to end his season there and then. He travelled to America this week to play a round of golf with Michael Phelps, amongst others. So he's been keeping rather busy off the bike, and then gradually will start to prepare for another cyclocross season, and that coveted record 8th world title next year in Hulst, also in the Netherlands. We are gradually making our way to the finish line for the first time.
Van der Poel's on the golf course, there's some worry for these cyclocross riders. He comes in with a lot of morale. If he's on the golf course now, he's going to be fresh, and he's ready to really attack that cyclocross season.
Yesterday we started, well, we didn't start. They've been racing in the United States, they've been racing in Luxembourg, Switzerland. But the first of the Belgian cyclocross races yesterday in Molenbeek, a win for Joran Visure. And I think Annick van Alphen won the women's race. It was the first that we televised here, and we're going to show you a lot more cross throughout the entire season. We have an interview with Paul Césas, one of the French sensations.
Paul, vous vous ménagez pas après les championnats du monde, vous êtes de retour avec l'équipe de France. Dites-nous déjà comment ça va, vous êtes très jeune, comment vous avez récupéré tous ces efforts.
Tell us how you're doing. You're still quite long. How did you recover from all of that?
L'équipe de France, on se sent tous bien
We're very
et on
motivated, the
espère
French
qu'on va faire
team.
une super course.
Comment étaient les sensations durant la
We all
semaine?
feel great and we hope you have
Ça s'est
a great
amélioré
race.
petit à petit. Au début, le lendemain de la course, c'était vraiment, j'étais vraiment
After
mal.
the race,
Puis
I
après,
was
petit à
after the run, I was
petit,
a
je me
little
suis
bit
remis.
sick, but I recovered.
J'ai
I
pas fait
didn't
trop
do too much
de volume, donc du
volume.
coup, ça m'a permis de reprendre de la fraîcheur. Et je pense que
So
j'arrive
yeah,
quand même assez
it
frais
allowed me
ici.
to get some breath, some fresh
Ouais,
air.
franchement, le parcours est dur et il nous plaît. Et, on a des coureurs
I
très
think this
costauds
is a hard
pour
race.
aller chercher un très bon résultat.
We
Et
have-
j'espère que tout va bien se passer.
We're strong,
Vous y incluez dans ces courses,
and we hope to get a good result here, and that everything will go
Ah,
well.
c'est compliqué aujourd'hui, on va avoir un rôle
Yeah, what will be your
assez,
role?
je
It's
pense,
complicated,
opportuniste. Et puis on verra comment
think
la
we're
course se
going to be
déroule, mais ça
opportunistic
dépendra du scénario et
and then
des
see
gros
how the race
adversaires.
goes, and it will depend on the scenario on the road and of
Je
course our
sais pas s'il y
rivals.
aura des années de circonstances, mais en tout cas, je pense que chaque
Yeah,
équipe a des stratégies
we're going to
différentes.
we're going to try to find the opportunities. I don't know what
Il y aura
the
des
circumstances
années de
are,
circonstances, mais
but
alors
of
qui,
course
je ne saurais pas dire.
Merci.
everybody has got a different strategy, and yeah, what can we say? Yeah, Paul Césas, one of the, I think the youngest rider actually to finish the grueling road race in Rwanda. The man is only 19, turned 19 last week. It's an absolute phenomenon. He basically carries the entire weight of French Grand Tour racing on his shoulders. I think it's a lot to ask from a 19-year-old, especially when Decathlon presented their new main sponsor, CMA CGM, transportation company, saying that they wanted to build a Grand Tour team around Paul Césas. He was only 18 at the time when they announced it. It's a lot of pressure to put on such a young guy, but yeah, he's a phenomenon. He was 13th in the road race, just barely 19. Won the Tour de l'Avenir, already raced the Critérium de Dauphiné, where he was 8th as an 18-year-old. So of course there's a lot of expectations, and it's hard to keep those expectations away from him. But I do hope they grant him a little bit of shade to develop in, and also forgive him when he has a bad day, because if you're so young, consistency is one of the hardest things to get.
Yeah, I think the team, though, really have made some big steps recently. The signings that they've come, they seem to be changing quite a lot of staff, moving to really support riders, and I think with Césas it's really nice to see where he can go. I think that bit of belief, but we talk about young riders nowadays. It's crazy how young these riders are winning the Tour de France, so why not? The French hope will be for Paul Césas.
Yeah, I think Ayuso was on the podium in the Vuelta when he was 19, so why not? But I'm always thinking about the mental development of these guys as well, and yeah, it's a lot to endure, not only physically but also mentally.
Now 161 kilometres left, but attack's still coming from that breakaway, and the gap to the breakaway now only at 30 seconds. It hasn't been down to chasing, it's just the amount of counter-attacks coming out of that peloton. saying he just leaped into Latvia, takes a look around, and he sees a Belgian jersey and a Danish jersey, and he knows then they just bring him back into the peloton. They don't carry on chasing. It's a time in that peloton where they just cancel each other out at the moment. And now the break of 3 from earlier that we kind of forgotten was up there is now only at 21 seconds.
Well, after we cross that finish line, John, we're straight on to the first of the 3 long climbs, the Mur de Cornas, Saint-Romain-de-l'Air, and that will make the first decision in the peloton. There will be some riders hopeful still in this first group, but if the big guns decide to ride that climb, the Mur de Cornas, Saint-Romain-de-l'Air, at a reasonable pace, yeah, we're down to 50 riders in no time.
It's either they're going to ride really at a hard pace, or that is actually their chance to block the road. The first 2 kilometers of that climb are at 9.2% average. Just, it's really, really steep. So
I said it was a mur.
Whew. It's yeah, whole climb is 6.7k, and that's still at 7.3%. But the first 2k are the most difficult and the most narrow in points. So that's where the race really could be blocked across the road, or we could see an explosion that first time up. I'm going to go with blocked across the road. I'm going to say the breakaway will be established at that point. I'm hoping.
I just want a tax for the next 100 kilometers, but that's unfair on these guys as well. $159 kilometers to go. We still have those 3 guys up there: Dan Holen, Matthijs Passens, the 2 Dutch guys, and Matthias Vacek, the 23-year-old from the Czech Republic. But we are making our way to the finish line. That will be about 5 kilometers from now, and then after the finish line we're going to start the climb to the town of Saint-Romain-de-l'Air. The Mur de Cornas, you already mentioned it, John. A mur, a typical wall, 9% for 2 kilometers. It's going to be challenging. We're going to do 3 times. Personally, I think we could have done with maybe one of these climbs less in today's course to really open it up a little bit more. But of course, I don't make the rules. I'm just watching, just like you people at home. If you have any questions for me or John, just reach out on social media, and that can be Blue Sky or Instagram. My handle is Joseben TV, so JOSEBEN TV. And yeah, when the race settles a bit, and I know that Slovenia is very eager to settle it a little bit more than it is at the moment, we have plenty of time to answer your questions.
This is the biggest counter-attack we've seen, and now you see Slovenia all in a line now, trying to one Slovenian rider in that break. But it was around about 15 riders, I think, and the gap has opened up quite quickly. And some strong riders as well. The Monaco rider for Ineos, Langolotti.
Yeah, not to be underestimated. Of course, he won a race this year, Victor Langolotti.
First Monegasque to win a World Tour race.
Exactly.
Well, in Tour of Poland.
This is the Leaning Tower of Soyon. It's not exactly the Tour of Pisa, but well, the French, they do try. We have another interview with you, and that is Matthias Skelmose, the Danish rider.
Matthias, first, how are you? How did you recover from the effort of Kigali in the trip?
Well, I'm good. I think I was suffering quite a lot, but yeah, the last days has been good and I feel recovered.
You have the honor, I guess, to ride with Jonas. Tell us a bit what's the strategy, what are the roles in the team? Is there a hierarchy?
I mean, the strategy is difficult. I think we have to see what other people do, but for sure it's a big advantage that Jonas is here, and I'm really looking forward to be in a team with him.
I guess for him it's also an advantage to have you, because we don't know really the capabilities of Jonas in a one-day race. We know yours. You have shown them at the beginning of the year. So what do you expect for yourself here?
I mean, I hope we can go for the jersey. I think that's our goal, and we'll see what will happen. I think a medal is a goal for us, but when you fight for the medals, I think it's also a big opportunity to fight for the jersey.
And there a way to have a race where you could maybe, I don't know, anticipate while Jonas try to follow yesterday when we know he will attack?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Jonas is probably the only one in the world that will be able to follow today, so if I can anticipate or Jonas can play it smart with having me behind, it's always good to have. So we need to see what the other guys do.
Well, Matthias, Remco Evenepoel would like to have a word with you. Jonas being the only rider who can actually follow Tadej Pogačar. I'd like to disagree with that, but we'll see. We have an interesting formation at the moment with the bright green of Slovenia, followed by the Danish riders. I think there's actually one Portuguese rider in between, of course, the team of João Almeida, and then the Belgians. I think that big group and our three leaders as we enter the finish straight. This is exactly the same finish as we have in the Faun Ardèche Classique, also ending up on the wrong side of the road. As you can see here, this is exactly what happened with Romain Grégoire in February of this year. And I think this is going to be the group. We haven't identified all the riders just yet. Marco Frigo here with number 26, quite recognizable. Our three leaders from the start, with Matthijs Paasens with the white and teal green helmet, and with the red helmet Dan Holep, the Dutch guys, and Matthias Vacek for the Czech Republic. And then we're going to identify the rest of that group. And from what we saw from the peloton, John, I think this is okay with the big nations that that group gets a little bit. I do not expect the first moves to the moves from the favourites already to happen on the first time up this climb.
No, I think that's quite settled now, but the gap isn't going to be allowed to go very far. Yeah, it's quite a big group, and yeah, as we go under the banner, just under 1 hour of racing and 6 laps across the finish line. 6 laps to go.
These are the very recognisable long manes of Andrea Mifsud, representing Malta. It's a big group, isn't it?
Very big, and some representations. There's a Danish rider, one from France, a Belgian, yeah, one Slovenian rider just in the green. Nice when we get the numbers and figure out who's there.
This is the peloton. Matthias Skelmose with Jonas Vingegaard. Skelmose, of course, 4th at the Rwanda World Championships. Vingegaard, yeah, of course, he is the one who can follow Tadej Pogačar, but Vingegaard just doesn't have a whole lot of experience in one-day racing at all.
No, and it's crazy, actually. His last time in a Danish national jersey was way back in 2018 in the under-23 Worlds. So it's a long time since Vingegaard has put on that Danish jersey. Which was a bit of a shock when I found that out. It's crazy how long ago he's worn that national jersey of Denmark. So nice moment to have him back in the team for the Danish National Federation, I'm sure.
Jan Bakelands, former pro from Belgium, of course, and an analyst now for some of the Belgian newspapers and media. He was very warmly invited to give his opinion, and he's quite opinionated, Jan Bakelands is. And he said, I just don't understand why Jonas Vingegaard didn't go to Rwanda. That was his biggest chance in a while to actually get a championship medal. He didn't say that he could win, but he'd get a championship medal. But yeah, the one-day races are just a completely different dynamic than stage racing, which is of course the forte of Jonas Vingegaard. Let's see how he fares today. That's of course one of the big question marks that is on this race. I'll get my marker ready, John, because it's time to get some bib numbers noted.
There's Nicholas Larsen, number 19 for Denmark, bronze medalist in the time trial a couple of days ago.
I think this is Kasper Pedersen at the front of the bunch. Or is this a dropped group? What are we looking at here? This is that first group.
That's the front group, yeah. Well, the second group on the road until they catch the leading three. But yeah, 2 from Denmark.
Yeah, I think Niklas Larsen, I think the other one is Kasper Pedersen. Louis Vervaeke, the man for Belgium. Marco Frigo up there for Italy. And now you can see the peloton at a minute 16. We're trying to get all the names. There we go. That is very convenient from our TV director. They move through your screen. Necessary for me to give you all of these names. It's nice to see that some of the guys who've been very active in getting into that breakaway have managed to actually get into that breakaway. But sadly for Lukas Kubiš, he did not. He tried, but it's Martin Svricek, his compatriot. One rider also for France up there, Nicolas Prudhomme. Not a bad rider to have up there, although if you look at the French national team with Alex Baudin, Julien Bernard, Romain Grégoire, the Parapintre brothers, Paul Cessax and Pavel Sivakov, all of them are great. It's a very strong team. Sadly, no Julian Alaphilippe. Did I see him yesterday in Giro dell'Emilia? I think I did.
Yeah, but the French team, numbers game, haven't they? They've got almost 5 or 6 riders who could lead that team, and I think that's what they'll be hoping for, to have as many riders there as possible and all be racing at the end. Of course, Tommy Voeckler leading that French national team as well. They normally race in the same panache that Voeckler had, and it's
the same facial expressions quite often as well.
Yeah, if they do, you know you're going hard. If the facial expression comes out, then you're definitely leaving it all out on the road.
If you look back at the championships that already took place, the road championships, we started with the women's junior road race. That was won by Paula Ostis. She already has a contract with Movistar. The junior men's race was won by Emil Herzog. No, that's his brother, Karl Herzog, who's with the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe development team. The women's under-23 road race was won by Paula Blasi of Team U8 Team Emirates. Jarno Vidar won the under-23 men's road race, the Lotto rider. And of course, yesterday we had the elite women's race, and that was a win by Demi Vollering. This is Le Palais Idéal du Facteur Cheval in, not that far from where we are now. Personal story, we went on holiday in a town called Châteauneuf-de-Galeur, which is about 6 kilometers from where we are looking at. For, I think, 9 years when I was a kid, between 8 and 16, we used to go to the same campsite each and every year, and I brought my own little mountain bike and rode to that place quite a few times. It was a man, le Facteur Cheval. Facteur is a postman who had a dream of building something magnificent, and he did it with his own hands. It took him over 30 years to do it. We never went to visit because, you know, us being Dutch, we thought that the entry ticket was way too expensive. So I spent 8 of my summer holidays around the corner from that rather magnificent little palace there, and we never actually went to visit because it was over 10 euros, and my parents deemed it way too expensive for us to actually visit it. But I do remember we sent quite a few postcards to our grandmother with that exact same palace. It is worth a visit. Of course, you're not as skimpy as my parents are. So if you are in the region to watch the palace of Facteur Cheval, of the postman Cheval. You can go to Audrive, which is really not that far from where we are right now, and visit it. It's about 12 meters high. It was made by Facteur Ferdinand Cheval, who was born in a town just across from the Rhône River here. And he made it for his daughter.
It's an amazing looking palace. We only got a short glimpse of it, but
it's very eclectic, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
it is.
all sorts of styles.
A lot going on everywhere.
And he used to go there each and every day after his postman round with his wheelbarrow and work on that palace. And the people in the town of Audrive, and of course the social mobility back in those days, we're talking about the end of the 19th century, so 1870, I think.
Used to be
and early 20th century. Yeah, people around town thought, well, this man is an absolute idiot for doing this. Now it creates a lot of tourism in Audrive. And
it's amazing what you can do as a postman. They used to have a really good job when it was just about delivering, get all your mail done and posted, and then you were free to do, normally free to do what you wanted in the afternoon. Most postmen normally, actually what I know, normally end up riding a bike or running and being one of the fittest people about. But yeah, he decided to build a palace in the afternoon after he'd finished his post round. So yeah, hats off.
Yeah, he started the construction in 1879, Ferdinand Cheval, with his wheelbarrow and of course some scaffolding, because it was 12 meters high. And he completed it in 1912. Got to enjoy it for another 12 years until he died at the ripe old age, especially at that time, of 88 years old. And if you look at all the achievements of Ferdinand Cheval, the postman of Audrive, you do kind of wonder what Postman Pat ever did in his life.
Well, he made a hit TV show, so
he did.
And wrote a book, so an autobiography.
He did write a book. Oh yeah, well,
and he had a cat
and he
to
took
look
care
after
of his
Postman
and
Pat,
he took care of his cat.
Yeah, so they're always busy, these postmen. I had a few friends who postmen or used to be postmen as well. So yeah, they have a lot of time on their hands in the afternoon. Well, they used to in the UK. Now it's down on a time in work, so not as much as freedom as they used to get. No palaces coming up in South Wales anytime soon, anyway.
Well, real estate costs are coming up in South Wales anyway, so you know, finding yourself a plot of land to build yourself a rather weird-looking palace might be an expensive little thing to do. Back to the racing. We've got a situation out on the road, 149 kilometres to go. We're making our way to the first time up the climb. That is, about to happen for our free leaders. We still have got free leaders. Dan Holer, the 26-year-old Dutchman, Matthijs Paasens, his 29-year-old compatriot, and Matthias Vacek for the Czech Republic. They attacked early on in the race, got about 50 seconds max, and then a counter-attack happened of 15 riders, with all the major nations represented at the front. They are now 28 seconds behind our three leaders, and the peloton another 45 seconds back as we're watching Thibaut Del Grosso. What can he do in this race today? To give you the names of the 15 chasers, we have Michal Stajnar of Slovenia, Louis Vervaeke for Belgium, Niklas Larsen, Kasper Pedersen for Denmark, Marco Frigo for Italy, Nicolas Prodhomme for France, Thiago Antunes for Portugal, Jan Stukli for Switzerland, Denny van der Tuuk for Poland, Martin Svricek for Slovakia, Christian Belošović for Latvia, bear with me, dear Latvian people, Mats Wenzel for Luxembourg, Emiliano Villa for Greece, Victor Langelotti for Monaco, and Andrea Mifsud for Malta. Those are our 15 chasers, 25 seconds behind these guys, and they are about to start the climb, combined climb of Mur de Cornas, Saint-Romain-de-l'Air. And John, can you give us a short description of what the riders are about to face on this climb?
Yeah, so in total, the climb's around 6.7 kilometres. It's averaging 7.3%, but the first 2 kilometres are where the hardest and the steepest bit come. So it's around 2 kilometres, an average of 9.2%. But within that, there's some points at around 12%, the steepest parts, but it's quite even and just really steep for that first 2 kilometres, as you can see on the screen on the left-hand side now. After 2k, a little bit of a plateau, which will feel like a plateau and a bit of time to recover, and then the final 3k then kicking up all the way to the end, 8.1% average with 3k to go. We do get to see it 3 times, but you can see now the road is really narrowed down from what we've seen for the start of this race. Normally on wider 2-lane roads, but at this point now, really starting to narrow down, and this is where the bunch can start to control things. Of course, with that big break up the road now, I don't think they're going to want to let the breakaway have a huge time advantage, but we've had a very fast start to the race, so from now on, we think this climb now would be a bit more of a time to calm the race down.
Tadej Pogacar there in the rainbow jersey. He can wear this jersey in the road race because a world champions jersey always trumps a national jersey in all cases. The only time that you have to take off your world championships jersey is to take a shower, naturally. But in a race, when you have a leader's jersey, when you have a yellow jersey, for example, that is the only time that you're not wearing it.
But so if you're leading the classification as well, there is actually a bit of a caveat. Let's say if you're second in the points classification, and then
don't get the green jersey, wear the ribbon jersey.
The general classification leader is leading the points classification, so you're just wearing the jersey on behalf of. That's when you can actually then wear the world's jersey, and then third place would wear the points jersey or the King of the Mountains jersey, whatever jersey you're wearing as covering for someone else who wears a jersey that's higher.
These 15 guys are not actually getting any closer to our 3 leaders. We saw João Almeida. We have a little bit of a hold up here. I would expect these guys not to get foot on the ground like me on these kind of climbs. We're racing through the AOP region, that is the Appellation d'Origine Protégée, so contrôlée. It's the AOC region actually. AOC, of course, a wine region and a very promising American politician. But in this case, it's a wine region. Cornas, mostly Syrah grapes, and of course, John, you know that Syrah is usually red wine. Yeah?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, sorry, I was on. I just didn't reply in time.
It was actually a pretty popular wine region on the courts of France, as the Domaine Courbis here gets some nice little advertisement on their vineyards. These roads through the vineyards of the Rhone Valley, you should imagine that the Rhone River is, of course, the lowest point, and then on the slopes of the Rhone River you've got all these vineyards, and the AOC, the Appellation d'Origine Contrôlée, so only this region can call themselves Cornas wines. You've got all these kind of things, Beaujolais, Bordeaux, Châteauneuf-du-Pape, etc. But here's a great view of it. These cliffs, they basically rise up from the Rhone River, get a lot of these sediments that you have here in the region, mostly limestone, which is, makes the wines really mineral rich. But they also make for very steep gradients, as we can see right here. It's a continental climate right here. You have, of course, a lot of sunshine. You also have a lot of wind. And like I said, it was very important on the French courts. Both Louis XV, dad of the Sun King Louis XV, and the infamous Cardinal Richelieu, who had a lot of power at the French courts at Versailles, were big admirers of the wine. It was 1938 when they became an official appellation. And the name Cornas is actually Celtic for burned earth, apparently. Like I said, I don't drink wine. The only alcohol I drink on maybe 3 occasions every year is a gin tonic or a Aperol Spritz. So I have no idea. But it makes for really steep gradients, as you can see. Luckily for everybody watching the bike race, Tadej Pogačar there in 5th position decides to take it rather easy on the first time up the climb. This is where the decision happened in the women's race yesterday, but they only did it once, sadly. The end of the wine season is already here. Harvest season is usually in September, early October. There are actually some grapes that you harvest a little bit later, some even deep into October, early November. Jurançon, for example, just south of Pau. It comes with a whole bunch of risks if you keep the grapes on the vines, because of course the weather can become treacherous later on in the season. You've got your birds and everybody who wants to eat the grapes or steal the grapes, like my dad sometimes does. Don't tell him I told you that. So there's a lot of risk keeping the grapes on the vine later on in the season. But it also adds the sugar content. And if you have more sugar content in your grapes, you have a richer wine, higher in alcohol, and also with more depth, is what the guy at the restaurant told me a couple of months ago. But Jurançon is a formidable wine. And because they're so rich in sugar and higher in alcohol, they're usually used as a wine with dessert. Like we have with fortified wine, like port. They're quite high up in the alcohol percentage. But this region is Syrah. First and foremost, the only wine they make here is red wine, and according to law, because that comes with the AOC appellation, the sticker that you put on the bottle, is by law that it has to be 100% Syrah. Okay, well. These are the roads that, if you make your route on Strava, in my case at least, are the roads that you absolutely have to avoid. But they're rather lovely. Normally these are really quiet roads, and the only traffic that you find here is the occasional little cute tractor that the winemakers use with they're 25 km/h little tractors. They're about a third of the normal tractor size you find. But those are usually the only traffic that you find on these roads.
Yeah, they're nice tractors as well. It's a nice life. It's a hard work, but yeah, a beautiful region to be working and making wine.
And of course, the people who live in that house occasionally have to go down to Valence to the supermarket. But yes, they're lovely little climbs. They're pretty hard here in the Mont d'Ardèche, which is well, the Mont d'Ardèche is actually a little bit to the west of where we're racing right now. As the first riders are already starting to get dropped from our breakaway with Jan Stukli and also Christian Belovojic for Latvia in a little bit of trouble. They still haven't made it across to our 3 leaders who attacked straight from the start, indicating that down hole at Matthijs Paasens and Matthias Wacek are just having a pretty decent pace.
Yeah, in some ways as well, that big group maybe are cancel each other out. There isn't riders who really want to contribute, and of course on the climb now, if you have the legs and you're able to put the power out that's needed to hold away. So yeah, as you can see, slowly getting there, but I think on the descent and in the valley road they should make contact with those leading 3.
Some drone footage here of our leaders. The Dutch national team here with Huub Arts, Thibaut Grosso, Daan Holen, Menno Huising and Matthijs Paasens. 2 riders at the front. We already mentioned no Mathieu van der Poel, no Tijmen Arendsman either. I think Arendsman raced in Emilia as well yesterday, just like Julien Alaphilippe. It's a busy time of the season, despite the fact that it's, checked watch, 5th of October. We are racing in Langkawi. That was this morning. If you don't want to hear the results, just mute it for a little bit. We had a breakaway on the final stage in the Tour of Langkawi. There was one rider left from the breakaway, Spanish rider Nil Jimeno, and then Aaron Gates and one other rider. Oh, I forgot his name. Arvaris Mikutis, of course, the Lithuanian champion, bridged across in the final 2 kilometers and managed to stay clear in the peloton. It was in the end Aaron Gates for XCS Astana who brought home the win. It was the 5th win for XCS Astana in the Tour of Langkawi. The other wins went to Arvid Klein and Sepp Kivin, of course, yesterday, and to the eventual winner, the Queen Stage, to Joris Delbove of Team Total Energy. And there was a big battle going on for the bonus seconds to try and change the result from the Queen Stage on stage 6. But Joris Delbove, who was part of a 3rd division team only last year, was signed by Total Energy on a 1-year contract and brings home 200 very important points for Total Energy. Doesn't really help them all that much. They are losing their title sponsor after next year, Total Energy. And Ineos apparently is going to be Ineos Total Energy from that point on. They're already on the jerseys. But a great result for Ineos. Sad result for the Universitatea Rockets, who had 3 riders in the top 10 after that Queen Stage. But they lost Adrien Maire today, and John, remind me, who was the other rider who had to drop out?
It was Adrian dropped out DNF from illness, but then Odd Aiken was ill as well. Yeah.
So they went to Langkawi to get the all-important points, and sadly only had 1 rider in the top 10. That is maybe a discussion for a little bit later, but I read in the newsletter for the Universitatea Rockets that they are on a safe spot, about 26th on the UCI ranking, which is important if they want to get invited to big races, most importantly the World Tour races. Our chasing group is getting a little bit small. It's mostly Marco Frigo, apparently, the Italian rider, doing the work at the front, and it means that some of the riders already get dropped. But look at this climb here, John. This is brutal, and we're going to do another 2 times.
Yeah, you saw how difficult the start was, then that middle section kind of plateaued off, but it's the wind as well, coming more from a cross headwind from most of the climb, which makes that even more difficult. But you can see actually the peloton, so led by the Slovenian team, have been able to let that breakaway kind of open up a decent sized gap now at 2 minutes, around 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
I always love it how Dan Holer is riding, and because he's so tall, and then he's looking around and he's always taking in his surroundings, looking like he's on a nice little ride with his little trek mate Matthias Vacek, taking in the surroundings, not suffering like any other mortal on a bike, but he always seems to enjoy himself. There's always like a perpetual smile on the face of Dan Holer. It's
always it's nice being tall sometimes, not so nice in the climbing races, but yeah, as a tall rider, you can almost just look over the top of everyone's heads and almost stand up on the pedals and have a look what's going on in the race, and of course have a look at the beautiful view and if you have time.
And help the elderly in the supermarket when they want stuff off the top shelf. And I am 100% certain that Dan Holer is that guy helping other people get stuff off the top shelf in the supermarket. He must be. He must be that guy.
Yeah, a really nice guy, so wouldn't expect anything different, actually.
They have made it across, finally. Let's see how many riders of our original 15 actually are there.
Yeah, I think it's reduced a little. We saw some riders being distanced, didn't we? So.
But maybe on the descent there is room to get back. But if I look at the profile, John, after the descent comes a climb that is even worse than this one. Well, it is the same, but shorter.
But shorter,
but just as steep.
Yeah, it's around 1.6k at 8.5% average. So yeah, just as steep and difficult, but nowhere near as long.
Juan, this is not the place that you need to be in. You have to not show to me that you're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like maybe maybe he stopped for a nature break or something. He seems to have. It looks like he's putting a lot of effort in. So if he's feeling really bad, or he's needed to stop.
Talking about nature break, Tony Jones asked me on Blue Sky, where you can find me, just like you can on Instagram if you have a question. JOSEBEENTV. Tony Jones asked on behalf of his wife Elizabeth how we deal with nature breaks in both the men and the women's peloton. Well, anatomically, Tony and Elizabeth, it is rather more. It's rather easier for men to have a nature break than it is for women. Yesterday the women raced 120 kilometers, so that was under 3 hours. Normally there would not even have been a nature break for the women, but if they do, in the longer races quite often there's like a queue, and most of the women just squat down at the side of the road and do their business. It's the same in the men's race, although there's usually no squatting down involved, apart from Tom Dumoulin on the occasional Giro d'Italia stage. And last week in Rwanda, they even had the portaloos. And somebody told me, and I don't know if it's true, but it was mandated by the Rwandan government that on the P-brakes on the side of the road were not allowed. And they had to use the portaloos.
Oh, that's why we saw the camera positioned exactly in the right place then.
Oh, the perverts.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a natural thing. Everyone does it. So same with the men's and the women's. The women's, you in the team car. The only difference is really you make sure they get back to the peloton. Obviously, it takes a little bit longer in the women's side, but in the men's, normally, as always, it's a natural time for everyone to stop. So normally, a big group would stop together. So it's a team effort, and you share that workload to get back to the peloton.
People always look like a little bit mythical about women's nature breaks in pro cycling, but I ride bikes myself many hours a year, and I find, and I saw that most of the riders in the women's peloton are not crude at all. If you gotta go, you gotta go. You know, park your bike on the side of the road, find a little bit of shelter, a little bit of coverage, and if there's no coverage, like on the island of Lanzarote, that is what you got to do. What you got to do, you got to do. Yesterday, somebody told me that it's actually illegal in the Netherlands to have a nature break on the side of the road. They call it wildplassen, and I had no idea that it's actually illegal to do that in the Netherlands. So it's a miracle I'm not in jail and can be with you here today.
Yeah.
Bob just sent me a message on Blue Sky whether he needs to start a crowdfunding for me to get to the Palace of the Postman. No, well, thank you very much, Bob. Very kind of you. I think I can afford it now. I haven't visited it since I was 16, which was about the last year that we went to that region on holiday with my parents. But if I wanted to visit it, I could. But I must say that nowadays my holidays are, they're about bike riding mostly, and then just sitting on the couch watching bike racing. That's my perfect holiday at the moment, and not doing, and go to the supermarket and buy cheese. Is basically how I spend my holidays. But very, very kind of you, Bob, to offer a crowdfunding for me to visit that tourist attraction.
I need to think of a good tourist attraction. Maybe we can get a crowdfund to go to Great Wall of China or something else.
Get John to China.
Yeah.
He'd like some chow mein.
Machu Picchu, maybe. That'd be a nice crowdfunding. The ones that cost quite a lot of money, just crowdfunded for €10. Oh.
Are you sure you're not Dutch?
Yeah.
You spend too much time with Dutch people now, John. It rubs off on you.
Yeah. When they're not on holiday.
And I tell you, they're on holiday all around the world, and you will know that they are.
They have enough national holidays. Never known so many.
No, that's not true. We actually are. We've got very few. Only 8. 8. We need more, but we only got 8. I don't have anything to complain. I got 3 months off after next week, so. ...138 kilometers to go. Emils Leopinch told me this morning that he expected Tadej Pogačar to attack at 150k to go. I'm happy that he did not. Of course, everybody in this peloton, and especially the main protagonist, everybody is awaiting that attack. And can they follow that attack? That is the most important question in this race. For now, we still have that rather large breakaway up the road, and people having time for a nature break or lunch. ...136 kilometers to go in this 10th edition of the European Championship men's road race, meaning that we are already on the road for 66 kilometers. We've just done the first time up and now down the Mur de Connasse Saint-Romain-de-l'Air climb, and that means that after this climb we are going to see the first time up the Vol d'Anvers. And that's French for the Valley of Hell, and I do not exaggerate because that is exactly what it means. Dante has nothing to do with it, but they call it the Vol d'Anvers. It's a very well-known climb from the Ardèche Classique. A race that takes place each and every year in the opening weekend in Belgium during Omloop Münchblad Kuurne. We have 2 races in this region, and yeah, the climb that we just did and the climb that we're about to do also feature in that race of the Faune Ardèche. We have an interview with Tom Squinch, the man who was 5th at the World Championships last week.
Right, Tom, you're someone who like the championship, at least you perform well in them. Why that though? Why is this kind of race suits you so well?
I mean, it's one of the races in the year where I can ride for myself. So that's why, I mean, the results come. I mean, I enjoy hard races, I enjoy long races, and usually the championships are the ones that are hard and long.
What do you think of this one?
I mean, it's going to be a hard race for sure. It's maybe not as long as Worlds, but it's definitely challenging. The climbs are very steep. So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of an interesting race with just 100 riders on the start and like 5 nations that are actually half the field almost. So it'll be quite tactical, I think, but at the same time, it's hard enough that, yeah, I mean, the strongest guy will probably end up winning anyways.
Yeah, I think many riders expect Tadej to attack at the last ascent of the long climb, 70 k's to go. I don't know if it's your case. You expect that too?
Yeah, I mean, he could attack on the first one also. I'm ready for anything.
And so how to make your race? Knowing this, how to invent your race to, I don't know, to try to do something different or to get the best out of it?
I mean, following him is probably going to be almost impossible. So, but luckily, yeah, there's 70 kilometers after. So if it's a good group behind, there's always a chance to come back. I mean, you never know. But yeah, I think that's probably the best option is to try and be as close as at the top and then just try to come back with a few strong guys.
Yes, Tom Squinch, the Latvian rider who, yeah, doesn't get too many chances to ride for himself, sadly. He's the kindest guy. And yeah, at World Championships, at European Championships, he does get the opportunity to ride for himself, and he says that is the reason that I'm usually doing so well in these kind of races. It's going to be busy at Trek next year with Juan Ayuso arriving there. I think Matthias Skelmoser didn't really get the memo because he said in the Danish media that he was, yeah, a little bit surprised and that there was a plan with him with the Grand Tours, and then all of a sudden Juan Ayuso comes across. It will change the role of a rider like Tom Squeens as well. But yeah, John, if you're part of the top teams in cycling, yes, sometimes this is reality.
Yeah, and sometimes opportunities for riders come up that you weren't planning for. I think Ayuso is a really good example of that, actually. I don't think, yeah, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Little Trek had any idea that Ayuso would have been available to them. And yeah, I think obviously at this point of the year, you haven't met that rider yet. You haven't integrated them into the team. I think during the winter months and the training camps, that's when you really get to know the riders and understand the roles or what the plan the team has for them. Larson calling for the team car or neutral service, depending which is there, for a bottle. It should be coming up to him pretty quickly. Motorbike just moves forward to allow the car to come alongside Larson at the back.
We're making our way to the Val d'Anvers, narrow climb, steep climb. We've already seen it in the women's race yesterday. The last time up the climb is at 6.1k from the line, and we're going to do it 5 times? 6 times?
6 times.
6 times.
Wow. Included 3 times on the big loop and then 3 times on the small loop. It's nice to see it this first time. We can really then start to imagine where the attacks or where the race is really going to be split up and won, especially those final 3 laps.
This is Tiago Antunes of the Portuguese team. Antunes, who normally rides for the Evapel cycling team, very active in the Portuguese circuit. and has been part of this team for quite some time. He was fifth in the Classicissima this year, the Volta of Portugal, which is one of the races that has all the Portuguese continental teams and usually stratospheric times of climbs.
Yeah, it's
But Tiago Antunes, yeah,
fourth Grand Tour, isn't it?
It is the fourth Grand Tour, especially since next year the Tour of Switzerland is going down to just 5 days for the men. The women get 1 day extra, and the men are cut 3 days. I think the Tour of Switzerland used to be 9 days even. It was 8 this year, and it's going to be 5 next year, going to be at the exact same time as the women's race. So yeah, Portuguese cycling, it's always a little bit weird. It's they have that scene in Portugal which is very active, which sadly also quite often results in suspensions. Just recently, another Portuguese team was suspended for 14 days or 3 weeks, and it starts on the 23rd of October when the season is over. So that is a suspension that I just frown upon just a little bit. But yeah, Tiago Antunes, also Lucas Lopes yesterday in the under-23 men's race, a good result there from him. But you just don't see a whole lot of Portuguese riders on the World Tour. João Almeida, of course, the biggest name. You have Rui Costa, and an up-and-coming talent is Afonso Eulalio. So I hope that more and more Portuguese talents, and of course Antonio Morgado, I cannot forget about him, get a chance to ride at the highest level and leave that scene in Portugal behind and show what they're worth in the World Tour and pro races across the continent, across the world. There's a lot of red and white going on in this breakaway. 2 riders from Denmark, 1 from Monaco and 1 from Malta. That jersey of Monaco, it's like you can just step onto the pitch of the AS Monaco football club. It is a separate country, of course, Monaco, but the football club plays in the French Ligue 1. It's a very small country, is Monaco. We did see Prince Albert in Rwanda. He was in one of the cars in the race. And it has 2 representatives here. Antoine Berlin, who, if I'm correct, rides for the Bike 8 team. And of course, the man at World Tour level, Victor Langelotti. Great to see so many people here on the climb. Yesterday it was already quite busy for the women's race, although, yeah, nothing like the scenes that we have today, sadly. But yeah, you get to see the riders 6 times. That's worth a little trip to this little road, isn't it? And you get to see them very slowly.
Yeah, this is the best place to watch. I think when the racing starts as well, you'll get to see the big attacks here. But it's Slovenia who've taken control of the front of the peloton. There's always a bit of question marks. We talked about a different plan for Belgium. Are they going to try something different? But at the moment, they're quite settled in to ride in a good position behind Slovenia. At the Worlds, we saw them really contribute to the chase. And yeah, in my mind, there's absolutely no reason to help Slovenia or help Pogačar in any way. You want to isolate him. It's kind of the best hope you have. You know how strong he is, but yeah, him on it, Pogačar on his own is, and then a rival team with numbers is the best chance. So yeah, you look to the French team. They should have a lot of numbers towards the end of this race to really try something and put Pogačar or Evenepoel in some difficulty.
Louis Vervaeke, there are no mountain points, Louis, so you shouldn't really bother to get across the climb in first place. But the descent is rather narrow, so it's always a good place to start. His teammate at Soudal Quickstep, Casper Pedersen, is joining him. And here we have the Slovenian team in action. A little bit of trouble there for the man from Poland, Danny van der Tuuk, actually from Assen in Drenthe. But I explained it to you. His mum is Polish, his dad is Dutch. He's got a pretty big clothing company, cycling clothing company. I think Agu is part of his empire of Axel and Danny van der Tuuk's father, I should say. Both of these van der Tuuk brothers will join Euskaltel next year on a one-year contract.
We talked about this climb. This is it's a good racing climb, isn't it? Steep and some attacking, quite short, but really punchy. It's going to be a tough one actually when they really light things up. We talk about Pogačar all day. Of course, one of the outright favourites, but with it being quite short and a technical descent, yeah, you never know. You want to have as many of your team over the top of this climb to really get stuck into the valley road.
We have a few riders who have already abandoned the race at this stage quite early on. Dylan van Baarle, Chris Nijlands, Mesh Pedersen didn't take the start, and now it's also confirmed that Antonio Morgado, the Portuguese rider, didn't take the start. So Portugal only 3 riders right here, and the riders who have already abandoned are Vedar Karic of Bosnia Herzegovina, Ili Seremet of Moldova, Lukas Kloppenborg of Albania. The entire Turkish team has abandoned, with Ahmet Erkan, Ahmet Akpinar and Tahir Yigit. And Militaris Janoutsis of Greece is already out of the race. His teammate Emiliano Villa was in the breakaway briefly. I think he's already out of the breakaway as we speak. There he is. This is Mateusz Govekar. That is quite soon. Of course, this is a man who's got a good sprint. He's a little bit heavier, more of a classic style rider, so naturally suffering a little bit here on these steep gradients.
Naturally, but you'd really want to keep, you'd expect Govekar at least to get through the first section of the race. There's still 2 more passages of the longest climb of the day. So 1 rider down for Slovenia already.
Luckily today it's dry, but I do remember from some of the occasions of the Ardèche Classique that this descent is always a little bit sketchy. But today, look at the weather. It's rather fair here. Imagine having that house there, John. That is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It is in danger that, you know, somebody's just going to go straight ahead right into the gate of your mention right there if they don't take that left turn. But yeah, it's phenomenal.
Luckily, as we said earlier, on these roads there's only tractors, so normally only going 25k an hour, so if they do go straight on, they hopefully won't do too much damage to the gate post. The Slovenian team really pushing on now at the front, almost making sure they're in a good position, ready for the descent. And it is a technical descent as well, so of course no excuses. This is the first time over it, still 5 more times to go. But it gets a look at the descent, and this is where the recons come in as well. Those pre-race days where you spend some time riding the course, understanding the parkour, and understanding the danger points or the points of attention, maybe not danger points, but where you really need to be fully aware, ready to descend, or need to be in the best position possible.
Slovenia, Slovenia really taking this race on, as can be expected. Of course, if everybody is discussing whether Pogačar is going to attack at 80 kilometers or 100 kilometers or 65 kilometers, everybody will be watching the Slovenians. And Belgium's quite often tempted to do a lot of work and then they end up with silver. And now they're keeping quiet a little bit more. Would that be the atypical strategy that Serge Pauw was talking about?
I hope so. You need to be willing to lose, so yeah, don't give them a turn. Put them under as much pressure as possible. And of course, Belgium with one rider in the breakaway as well, with and Denmark, but with Louis van Verke of Belgium, obviously sat on the back of this breakaway.
I'm really happy that they have this little mock traffic bumps here. They're not really traffic bumps, they just have the arrows. But some of the traffic bumps in France are absolutely terrible. If you hit them on a descent and you're not aware and you don't have your both hands on the handlebar, it can end up pretty badly. But these are very small ones and they have these arrows, but they're not the Mount Everest ones that some of these local communities tend to implement. Oh, somebody overcooked a corner there. I think I saw it was a number 2, so that would be Romain Grégoire. Of course, the most important rider of the French. It looked like it was indeed Romain Grégoire on the side of the road there, but maybe we can see a repeat of that particular moment, John, because it was very, very fast.
Yeah, we just saw him at the side of the road on the outside of the corner. So he would have crashed earlier, so he's just getting back up. I don't know whether he's crashed or he's ran wide. I think he's crashed. He's looking down at his leg. Always a problem when you fall on the right-hand side as well, because you shorts. If you fall to the right, that's the side of where the derailleur and the rear mech and everything is. So that normally breaks. The chain was off, and of course this is the point where you don't have race radios. So the French team, maybe 1 or 2 saw that he crashed, but yeah, no direct communication to say we need to wait for, in my mind would be one of their lead riders for today, Romain Grégoire. Just recently won the overall at Tour of Britain. A strong, punchy finish in the sprint as well, Grégoire. So from a small group, what could be left at the end of today, he's probably one of their select riders.
We're going to cross the finish line, and after the finish line we have what can be called an easier sector of flatter roads until we hit the bottom of the Mur de Cornas. So we're going to follow the river, the Rhône River, and then have a little bit of respite before we do the other, another double header of the Mur de Cornas and the Val d'Anvers. Our riders here at the front, I'll give you the names yet again. For Slovenia, Michal Stajnar. He is a rider normally part of the Poggi team. That is the team from Ljubljana, where Tadej Pogačar himself started his career. Louis van Verke for Belgium. Niklas Larsen and Casper Pedersen for Denmark. Marco Frigo for Italy. Nicolas Prudhomme for France. Dan Hole, Matthijs Paasens of the original breakaway from the Netherlands. Tiago Antunes for Portugal. Matthias Vacek, who was in that original breaker free for the Czech Republic. Martin Zvicek for Slovakia. Mats Wenzel for Luxembourg. Victor Langelotti for Monaco. And Andrea Mifsud for Malta. That is our breakaway, meaning that a few riders were dropped from our original breakaway, 3 to be exact. Emiliano Villa, the Greek rider who was in the original breakaway. Denny van der Tuuk from Poland, and also Christian Belovojic was part of that original breakaway. But sadly, they have dropped out, and we are down to 15 riders at the front. The gap, as John has predicted, will not go up too much. 2 minutes 20 was the maximum gap. We have a little bit of a headwind going on, and as the afternoon progresses, the wind will pick up with gusts up to 45, 50 kilometers an hour. Another rider that the Belgians are looking at today is the man with the Red Bull helmet. That is Maxime van Gils. We don't have Wout van Aert, as you know. He ended his season in the Super 8 Classic a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, already took some time off the bike and will prepare for a cyclocross season. He's planning to start his cyclocross season a little bit earlier. Wout van Aert, last year it was in his home race in Herentals, mid-December. But Herentals, sadly, is no more. The race in Herentals is no more, so he has to decide whether that's going to be Namur or Antwerp, for example, where he's going to start his cyclocross season. We started the cyclocross in Belgium, televised cyclocross, yesterday with a win for Joran Wissure and Inge van der Heijden. I stand corrected on that one. Nick van Alphen, I mentioned her initially in the Wierocross in Molenbeek as the winner, but Inge van der Heijden won that race. And we continue our cyclocross, yeah, basically every weekend from now on, John. So that's my weekend sorted. Normally I do my Zwift workouts during the men's race. It's about an hour 15, and watch the cyclocross and do some training. It's a good combination.
Nice. Yeah, I used to do that when I was a junior. Put a race on, and then you pick one rider, and then you just follow him. It's like the old school Zwift. So if
old school Zwift.
if they attack, then you attack, and you follow them. So yeah, that was the old days. You won't find me on a turbo anymore, though. No.
I got one of these Swift bikes, and it is great. This is not an advertisement, don't get me wrong, but since I got one of those, I really look forward to it. And it's very efficient training, and you don't have to put on 3 layers to get outside and get everything washed, including your bike. And it's just an hour 15 minutes, and then you can go on with your day.
Yeah, I think with the Zwift bike, it's I think with the Zwift bike, it's really nice if it's there and it's set up and it's ready to go. But
exactly.
Yeah, the effort, there isn't much, but to put a bike on a turbo, I don't know what it is.
We're spoiled brats, John. We're spoiled
Maybe I've
brats.
spent enough time on it, and turbo warm-ups and roller warm-ups for the track. I'm okay missing it, to be honest.
Oh, you look very fit.
Thanks. At least I look it. I'm not it anymore. That's the problem.
You can be completely stealth if you don't look fit, and in the end you prove to be the strongest one out there. Nobody expects it. This is how it works at national or international championships, really. Everybody's got one of these little tents where the mechanics are, where the Swannies are. Oop, that was a missed one.
It was almost just he threw it, and it kind of caught on his finger as he threw it. So then it didn't go as far as he would have liked at that point. I think that was.
We are now on the 34.7 kilometer laps, so that means that all of these riders cross these feeding points with the Swannies every 34.7 kilometers. We're going to do 2 more of these laps, and then we go on the 17 kilometer laps. Somebody asked me on Blue Sky why the European Championships are in national teams and not just have the 150 best riders of the world lining up. Yeah, championships, whether it's Olympic, whether it's World, Europeans, is always a little bit different than normal road racing, where you ride for your trade team, yeah, the team that pays your income. Now you race for your country, and every country gets an allocated number of starts, and that depends on the position of your country on the UCI World Ranking. I don't know which country is in the top of the ranking. Might be Belgium, maybe France. But the top countries actually get 8 start places. And then down the ranking, the lower your country is, the fewer start positions you get. For example, we saw the man from Bosnia-Herzegovina, only 1 start place for them. It all depends on the place on the ranking. Turkey, for example, we don't see many Turkish riders in our races on television, but there's a very lively scene of stage and one-day races in Turkey where you can get UCI points as well. Then your country can say, okay, we can have 8 riders, but like the Dutch, we only have 6 that want to go, that are fit, that are willing to ride this. So it's a little bit of a different system than you have at the World Championships, than you have in normal UCI races. And the funny thing about it, John, is that, you know, for example, the man here with number 31, Julien Bernard, he's got a few teammates in this race. Vacek for the Czech Republic, Dan Holen for the Netherlands. And all through the year, they race together, they share the same bus, they share the same dinner table, and then 1 or 2 days a year, they have to race against each other. And sometimes we see that, you know, there's little alliances. If you're on your own, find a teammate of another small country and race together. But yeah, that's a different system than UCI road races. And I think we could have at least 150 riders at the start line, but many countries have decided not to send a rider or not to get their full quota because everybody's tired and or has ended the season. But I always find it a funny situation. I think UAE has quite a few riders in here. Quickstep, so not Quickstep, have got quite a few. Lidl Trek, Decathlon, of course. Yeah, and now you have to race against your teammate. I know that. I think it was Peter Serry or Tim de Klerk, one of the two, who refused to race against his teammate Julien Alaphilippe at championships. He just didn't want to.
Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems a strange one actually. It's like it's good you get to know each other, you know how they work. So if you want to beat them or you want to help them, but yeah, it's a personal preference, I guess. But yeah, it's always really exciting, I think, to put on a national jersey for your nation and race. And yeah, it kind of helps us. We can look at the helmets is the best way to figure out who's teammates and who's not, because the teammates all have the same helmet on. Now Vokler from the team car. I just saw who now came back to get some bottles, but it was Romain Gregoire who was on the floor after a crash. He's made his way back into that peloton as well. So hopefully, yeah, with no lasting injuries. He's on quite a fast section and he was up on his feet quite quickly, so hopefully nothing too serious and doesn't affect him for the rest of the race. And also, interestingly, we saw Govakar distanced on the climb, but he is now back second wheel in the peloton now, taking his turn next time he's able to. I think it's good from the Belgians. They were in a week ago in Rwanda. They were keen to join in and contribute to the chase. Obviously, one rider in the breakaway from Belgium at the moment, which is Louis Vervaeke. So they don't need to chase. Horwich brings the world champion Tadej Pogačar up to the front of the peloton.
Yeah, Brandon asked me on Instagram why Tadej Pogačar can actually wear his world champions jersey. I explained it a little bit before, but if you are world champion, you can always wear your world champions jersey, with the one exception that you are a leader in a general classification. Whether that's green, or polka dot, or white, or of course the yellow jersey, or in Italy the pink jersey. So you can always wear this jersey because world champion is the highest. Maybe Olympic champion is. That is a discussion that we are not having. But that's why Pogačar can ride in his rainbow stripes every day. And he cannot ride it in a time trial either, of course.
No. Interesting there. So Damian Novak came up to the front of the Slovenia team, had a bit of a conversation, then came back, and then he's been talking with Mohoric since to really discuss what's going on. So you can see Novak and Mohoric, the leaders of that team. Obviously no race radio, so it's the importance of a road captain and eyes and a rider that can make decisions.
Yeah, Pogačar and Roman Novak, they're really good friends. They have been going, they've been in teams together for quite some time, and traveling around from team to team as well. And usually in races where Pogačar is, you also find Roman Novak. They're truly good friends.
Yeah, and good teammates as well. I think, of course, friendships come across, but sometimes those friendships, the real friendships in those races, you have to be able to speak to each other in the right way, lead each other, or sometimes just back up your teammate. Say you're feeling good. Yeah, we believe in you, and that gives that belief to the riders. So it's always so important to have someone you have real trust in as a teammate, because it really allows some big opportunities for yourself and the team. Vasek, check here. Looking really good. We caught up with him in some interviews earlier on today, and he said a good result is a top 10, and at the moment, if the race comes to this breakaway, which it could do, he put himself in a really good position where he doesn't need to follow those big attacks from the likes of Pogačar or Vingegaard, and hopefully then he can hold on with this breakaway. Now 2 minutes and 16 seconds. And the fight for position behind. This is just a fight to be in the right position into the bottom of the climb.
Yeah, they have watched the climb. Of course, they have seen the climb at training rides, and quite often right now the riders also watch the women's race to see what kind of course they are facing. But this is fascinating. This is great to see. It's a full-on battle with the main teams here at the front to get their riders to the right place, because it's such a narrow climb that we saw it the first time around. It starts with the Mur de Cornas when we go through the vignettes of the Cornas AOC, and it's been a good little battle. We already see Remco Evenepoel is always near today Pogačar, and quite often in the past, when did we start? 2 hours ago, on his wheel.
Yeah, it's interesting, the big fight, and then what the question is now, the riders are in position, so do we then just start to back off? Do we ride at a controlled pace? There's always those nerves that there could something happen, but once you're in that position, everyone at the front then is happy where they are. Still 111k to go.
Yeah, normally this would be about the time that we have a Poggi attack. But just let's wait a little bit longer. Come on today. Just wait a little bit longer. We've got so many stuff to discuss, like the tower that we just saw on our screen. The Tour de Crest, it was built in the 12th century. It was part of a larger complex, actually, but it has been under siege for quite a few times during the Albigensian Crusades. Those were the Cathars, which was a religious minority down in the south. They ended up in a very small stronghold in the Pyrenees, but they were active quite far to the north, including this part. They were that was completely besieged, this tower, by Simon de Montfort, one of the iconic leaders of that Cathar Albigensian movement. It was also destroyed by Cardinal Richelieu. I mentioned him before. He was a very prominent, very powerful voice on the French court during the time of Louis XIII. And that was in the time that they had to crack down on Protestantism here in France. The region where we're racing right now, Drôme Ardèche, was a very strong, a very big Protestant stronghold, where the people from Geneva, like Zwingli, like John Calvin, of course, came to this region as well to spread Protestantism in a region that was predominantly Catholic. That went well for a time. They coexisted for quite a long time, but then during the time of Louis XII, XIII and XIV, they really cracked down on the Protestantism here in this region, which they call the Huguenot movement. And that was the second big attack on the tower, and it was a big castle complex, and yeah, all that was left, we just saw an image of that, was one tower. They never rebuilt the rest of the castle. And you can see it from the autoroute, from the Autoroute du Soleil, the big A7 to the south, to the Côte d'Azur. Yeah, I think they're keeping their powder dry for another lap now.
Yeah, it was more just a fight for position into the bottom of the climb, make sure the leaders are in the right place. We saw different teams move up as well. Denmark brought Vingegaard and Skelmoser up. And of course the Dutch with Del Grosso. But now they settle in. Breakaway still working quite well together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got some strong names in this. Of course, Louis Vervaeke, a very strong guy. Matthias Watzek. We have Marco Frigo up there. The two riders for Denmark with Nicolas Larsen and Kasper Pedersen.
Slovakian rider Martin Svirček.
Yep.
Really strong. Second in the under-23 Worlds last year. Third the year before that. Had a quite quiet year actually, around 27 days of racing.
Yeah.
So it's quite a compact one. I don't know the story, but for 27 days of racing you'd expect some illness or a little injury at some point through the season. But his debut European Championships as well, but one for the future. Still only 22 years old.
Yeah, Pro Cycling Stats, as always, has the answer. He crashed in Milan-San Remo with a fractured collarbone, scapula and fractured ribs, which took him out at least 3 months.
Yeah.
Where would we be without Pro Cycling Stats? They were gone for 2 days a little while ago, and everybody working in cycling, including me as a cycling commentator, was in a sheer state of panic. The only Estonian rider in a little bit of trouble there, Markus Pajur, has been part of a pro team in the past, Arkea, that's dropped back to club teams in this region actually, in the Isère region, which is a little bit to the north of where we're racing, towards Lyon, towards the east of Lyon is where we find the Isère. We have an interview with the time trial.
How are you? Are you recovered from all the involved trip, the TT as well?
Yeah, pretty good. I had two easier days, so everything should be fine. And yeah, the weather is good, so it's going to be a beautiful day.
What are your views on this course? Is the one you like? Is the one you think you can use your characteristic as best?
Yeah, it looks really nice, really hard, especially once we go in the local laps, of course. So yeah, it's going to be important to arrive there fresh and to always be in good position and be ready for multiple circumstances and situations.
A week ago you had a mechanical issue which impeded you to show your real capabilities when Tadej attacked. Today, do you think you can follow Tadej if he attacks? Do you think you can even attack yourself before?
Yeah, of course I will try. I will try to do my best to be up there and have a good fight. I think it's a different race, shorter race, so it's going to be different tactics as well. So we're just going to do our best and take the maximum out of it.
Jenno Bergmoes here in the Belgian national jersey. A late replacement in the Belgian team because the unfortunate Ilan van Wilder crashed in Rwanda last week and yeah, broke his wrist. So end of season there for Ilan van Wilde. I got another question about jerseys and bands and all these rules that are around that. Audrey asked me that if Remco can actually... Oh, we have an attack happening. Stef Kras, I think.
Yeah, with Van Gils on the wheel, I think.
Junior Le Serre, number 11 from the Vuelta. Tish Benoot is part of this move as well. Not Tish Benoot, Menno Huizing. Pogačar very active there at the front. Remco Evenepoel not that far back. In very short, Audrey, you can only wear the jersey you're world champion in the discipline that you're world champion in. So Remco Evenepoel can only wear the rainbow jersey in the time trial, and if for one reason next year he's not going to be a world champion, he can only wear the rainbow bands well, for Remco is a wrong example because he's a former road world champion as well. He can wear rainbow bands whenever he wants, but the rule is you can only wear the jersey in the race that you're world champion in and in the category that you're world champion in. So if you are junior world champion, you can only wear it in junior races. That's very shortly the rules around jerseys. But we have a race happening, and there is now a lot of suffering going to happen in the second half of this peloton, John.
Yeah, this is good, I think, in a way. This is for Slovenia now on the front. This was from the breakaway. Stadjar, who's just come back. He's been dropped from the breakaway and now being caught by the peloton. But there is it does actually seem a distinctive lack of those green jerseys of Slovenia at the front of this race. And that's exactly what the teams need, those rival teams to Pogačar. They need to isolate him and not have him with teammates. But it's Vingegaard distance, he said he was struggling. He didn't know where his legs were going to be after the Vuelta.
Well, they're going to be nowhere.
And we have the answer. Oof.
109 kilometers to go. Jonas Vingegaard, he hardly ever races one-day races. And this is the end of the line for the man from Denmark. If you are already in trouble at 109 kilometers, and maybe the Belgians and the Slovenians already kind of saw the signs of that, and like you said, a road captain like Domen Novak could have just communicated that to the rest of the team. Guys, I think that Jonas is looking a little bit pale. But yeah, he just is not a one-day racer. I do know that his trainer, Mathieu Heijboer, says, okay, we want to specialise in that a little bit more with Jonas. He's still not a very old guy. He's still got plenty of years of his career in front of him. But yeah, his track record in one-day races has been 0. And yeah, sadly today, it shows that he's having trouble here as well.
Yeah, only 90 kilometres into the race, so that's the biggest thing. But 1 point now, so obviously Tadej Pogačar in the World Champs jersey, but his teammates around him now, there's one rider, and that is Novak at the front. So Slovenia, this time in this group, now with just one rider to help Pogačar. And this is the plan of most of these teams. Belgium, France, Denmark. You need to have numbers. There's the next Slovenian jersey I've spotted, and that's Matej Mohoric. Still quite far down the peloton. But look how small this group is reduced now. This is what the likes of Remco Evenepoel really needs. An isolated Pogačar with 108k to go.
The gap of our leaders now down to 14 riders is 151. Of course, the Danish team, they have an extra ace in Matthias Skelmos, who of course was 4th last week at the World Championships. we have done this climb right now, and I'm sure that Jonas Vingegaard can catch back on, but you know, at 109 kilometers from the line, that's a sign that that is something that you don't want to see. This is back to our breakaway, where Louis Vervaeke is doing a grand job. Marco Frigo there on his wheel, followed by Nicolas Prudhomme, Dan Hole, Matthias Watzek, and the rest of the breakaway.
This is not an ideal situation for Pogačar, I have to be honest, with Vervaeke really pushing on in that breakaway. Still 1 minute 50 the gap, and we saw how aggressive and how fast this peloton actually raced that sector, and they only took around 10 seconds out of the breakaway, but look how many riders they distanced with that acceleration. So yeah, that breakaway out front really pushing on. Now no Slovenian representation in the front either. So, yeah, this is what the teams needed to do. They needed to put Pogačar under pressure. And it's left down to Novak, Damian Novak on the front. Oh, it was crazy with that little bit of acceleration. The size of that peloton almost split in two. Of course, only started with 90 riders for that group. Probably now down to 50 riders at the most. Still 106 kilometers to go. Top of this climb is now in around a kilometers time, and then they begin the descent.
And we're going to do this one again.
Yeah. Only one more time though.
Oh,
I think a lot of these riders will be happy with that.
Yeah, but then we still have 3 more times on the local circuit. That includes that really steep Val d'Anvers. I still find the Luxembourg national champion, the national jersey from Luxembourg, incredibly confusing. That red, but this was Luxembourg, and this was Arthur Krukers at the back of the bunch. Paul César says, "Okay, we can do this, guys. Just keep on riding. I'm feeling fine." Just 19 years old, and already calling the shots there. John is Paul César.
Yeah, the top riders straight away have that, I guess, an aura. They are able to lead, they're confident, and it doesn't really matter about age. It's that trust that the other riders have in you. But to be honest, from another point of view now, Novak is doing a really good job at making sure that riders behind that have been dropped don't make it back. But actually, I think he needs to be slowing things down. He needs teammates. He needs Mohoric at the front with him. They need as many riders with Pogačar as possible. Still 105k to go, and yeah, it's looking good for the French and the Belgians at the moment.
Yeah, one of the questions I got, John, from Haz is, what kind of tactics can you implement to beat Tadej Pogačar? And we're already seeing one of them, you know, strength in numbers with the Belgians and having somebody up in the breakaway. But yeah, it's in the sound of music, it is how do you solve a problem like Maria? But here in road racing is how do you solve a problem like today?
Yeah, the best thing you can do is exactly this. You try and isolate him. You force Pogačar to close things down. And also that willing, I think we had so many interviews asking, how are you going to ride for second place, basically. And it's that point where you need to be, it's a simple thing, but you need to be willing to lose. So if you make a breakaway with Pogačar and you can hold his wheel, why would you even give him a turn? You sit on. He's like, unless you feel like you can beat him in a sprint, then you might contribute to beating him in the sprint at the final, but it's always thinking ahead of how you're going to win this race. Or do I have teammates behind that have a way bigger chance of victory than me? So, first question and the first problem is isolating and putting Pogačar under difficulty and under pressure.
I now have the David Bowie song in my head, and Queen.
Under pressure.
Under pressure.
And this is exactly it. Pressure being pushed on at the front.
This is Stef Kras trying to apply even more pressure. Isolation is the key, is what you say. And that is exactly what the big countries like Belgium, like France, are trying to do right now. Put pressure on Pogačar and isolate him.
Yeah, almost just drop Novak and Mohoric. So Pogačar is on his own. That's their best hope. They want to see no green jerseys of Slovenia with them.
They're pretty jerseys, though.
They're nice, but for the rivals, they're a lot nicer out the back than they are in your front.
Oh. This man, he was standing on the road, and then objects may appear closer than they actually are. In the case of this his bike rider at the front, Stef Kras. Luckily, that was a close call. We're almost halfway into the race already. Time is flying. When you're having fun. Thanks for all the questions so far. We're really enjoying you checking in from all over the world. This is Pavel Sivakov and Remco Evenepoel and Tadej Pogačar. We're at 104 kilometers to go. We're on top of the climb, and we already see some of the big hitters there at the front, including the Olympic champion and the world champion together. Pavel Sivakov, wasn't he the guy who tried to follow Tadej Pogačar last year in Zurich and completely paid for that one? But we have action at 104 kilometers from the line. Already the big names are showing themselves.
Yeah, it's kicking off now. 104k to go. You always talked about a Pogačar attack.
It was a Remco attack.
It was a Remco attack, exactly. But this is a select group of favourites, almost instantly with that one acceleration. Skelmoser, Ayuso on the back as well.
Yep. I think it was Schoonch, but it could also be Skelmoser there in red. Ayuso indeed. And Paul Cesas?
Yeah.
I think it is, indeed. Sexas is what the French colleagues say, so I'm just going with that. I remember asking pronunciation advice all the way back in the first year after Tadej Pogačar when he was racing the Tour of Slovenia for the Ljubljana team, and we were still kind of we didn't know how to say his name, and well, we're 8 years later and there's still some people who, one of my my dear former colleagues, Michael Bogert, I think he still says Pochekar, but it's a difficult name, and we're practicing hard. But Tadej Pogačar is the world champion, of course. Paul Sexas up there as well. Who are we missing up front? Almeida? He seemed to be in a bit of trouble the last time up this climb already. And of course, the man who we saw get dropped about 5 kilometers ago, Jonas Vingegaard.
Remco is really pushing on. The rider behind chasing in that peloton behind is Matthew Mohoric. So we all know how good Mohoric is at descending, but Remco really pushing on. We knew it was his aim for this Euros. This is one of the last titles he hasn't won yet. And,
a road race title,
A road race title, yeah. So he's he's won all the TTs as well. Olympic, Worlds and Euros. And then of course Olympic road race, Olympic World road race champion. This is the one that's missing for him so far.
And the good thing, if Remco Evenepoel indeed, and we still have 103 kilometers to go, will be European champion, is that we are actually going to see that jersey. Because if Pogačar wins it, he will just keep his world champions jersey because it's higher ranked.
Just on the back of that group, Mohoric has just joined. You can just see the green jersey of Mohoric join that front group of 7. But look at the damage behind. Completely not in sight. A lot of riders here, of course, with teammates now up the road. So they're not willing to chase or bring things back. Your leader, like the Spanish team here, Ayuso in the front group, you then sit on. You don't need to contribute to any chase behind.
Abel Balderstone is the Spanish rider here, the Spanish time trial champion. I think it's the man from Ukraine, just in front of him, Kirilo Sarenko. We're going back to the front with Remco Evenepoel. In the beginning of his career, John, maybe you remember that, there was a lot of discussion whether he could actually descend or ride in a peloton, because of course he didn't come through the youth ranks. He didn't start riding his bike when he was 8. He started in football with Anderlecht, the club from Brussels, and only started riding his bike when he was like 16 into the junior ranks. But if you're looking at this right now, there's 0 issues about the descending skills of Remco Evenepoel. Yeah, and he's almost out-descending Mohoric here.
Yeah, he can definitely descend. You see him on a time trial bike, the lines and the speed that he holds around the corners. Yeah, no problem at all for Remco.
Enjoying these shots here through the vineyards of this rather wonderful descent. We're trying to get a little bit of lunch in. Let's be open with you guys. It's 2:30 p.m. here, and I'm trying to eat. get my gels. I'm not doing any gels, but trying to get some food in for the second half of this race. So I just put the microphone on mute for a little bit, because I don't think you'll be waiting. You'll be very happy hearing me chew through the broadcast. Talking about food, of course, Saint-Péret is a very famous AOC, a very famous wine, but it's also a cheese. It's home to one of the most pungent little cheese, goat cheeses of the region. It's called the Picodon. Most of the goat cheeses in France are the rather gooey ones, but sometimes you have a little bit of a harder goat cheese, and the Picodon is one of them. And because they're a little bit older, they're also a lot, more pungent, more intense, so to say, in taste. And the Picodon comes from this exact region. So if you already had your lovely wine and are ready for your cheese platter, and like a little bit of adventure when it comes to your more exciting cheeses, try a little Picodon. I'm more of a Saint-Marcellin, Saint-Félicien cheese, the smoother ones, the gooey ones that you can just put on your bread and spread like chocolate paste. But yeah, if Picodon is your thing, just try it. It's rather lovely, especially the more artisanal ones instead of the ones that you buy in the supermarket off the shelf. We're back with our breakaway. The three riders who were part of the original breakaway are still up front. Dan Hode, Matthijs Pasens, the two Dutch guys, and Matthias Wacek, the Czech rider. And the other riders at the front bridged across on the first climb of the Saint-Romain-de-l'Air climb. And those are Louis Vervaeke, the two Danes, Nicolas Larsen, Casper Pedersen, Marco Frigo, the Italian, Nicolas Prodhomme for France. We have Thiago Antunes, the Portuguese rider, here in the stripes of Monaco. Victor Langelotti, Martin Sricek for Slovakia, Mats Wenzel for Luxembourg. And still hanging on in that first group is Andrea Mifsud. About a kilometre from the top of the second time up the Saint-Romain-de-l'Air climb, we saw an attack by Remco Evenepoel, and this is the group that is left at the front. Junior Le Serre is the man for Belgium alongside Evenepoel. Mohoric, of course, together with Pogačar. We have Pavel Sivakov up there. Juan Ayuso is up there as well. Let's look through this little group. Paul Sexas, Matthias Skelmose, Rui Costa, good old Rui Costa, isn't it? Yeah, it was Rui Costa, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, some.
But there is the group coming back for now. But Remco Evenepoel has made his mark. He has shown that he wants to follow along. And one of the questions I got from Adelaide in Australia, we're being watched all the way from Adelaide in Australia, John, is whether you think that Remco Evenepoel could have contested Pogačar if he didn't have the bike trouble last week in Rwanda.
Potentially, yes.
Scaroni in action right now. Potentially, yes, it's what you said.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, not perfect timing with that puncture, with the issue. But of course, you'll never know. These things are always if or but, and these things happen to everyone. It's not like a rider never has any bad luck. Everyone has bad luck at some point. It's just dealing with it when it happens.
Well, with all this excitement, our breakaway is now at only 48 seconds. We are making our way to the Val d'Anvers, which is, of course, the Valley of Hell, with Xandro Murissa here at the front. There we go. Let's see if we can expect some action. I just gave you a little summary of the race. We're halfway in. Most important fact so far, Remco Evenepoel is here to do business, and Jonas Vingegaard is still not a one-day rider because he's dropped from this group, and I think most likely to abandon the race the next time they pass the pit lane. Garofoli.
And the Italians. It's the turn of the Italians to really try something.
The Danish rider Anton Scharmich. You might wonder, how is it possible that you recognise these riders instantly? I'll give you a little tip and a little trick. Look at the helmets, most definitely, and the bikes, and then try to match the nationality to the team.
Well, look at that gap. Look at that gap behind. Jan Christen has pushed on.
But
the gap behind has really opened up. How quickly that happened. Pogačar, Evenepoel.
Jan Christen.
Well, Almeida.
Whoa. Yeah, another rider who's struggling. He pulled out of the time trial just half an hour before the start, or even less, feeling a little bit under the weather. He said in that pre-race interview that he was unsure. Well, I think this is our answer here.
Yeah, interestingly, the Italians missed that early split on the last climb when Remco attacked, but this time they're making sure that they're there.
And the Slovenians are missing it right about now.
Yeah, I think now Pogačar is completely on his own. He has no more teammates.
Yep.
And it's up to these other nations there to use their teammates. The French with 2 riders, the Italians with 2.
I think it's this is Garofoli, most definitely. The other rider is it Scaroni?
Scaroni. Yeah, and you have to remember the Italians, they also have Frigo in the front group, which is at 40 seconds ahead.
Remco means business today. Look at the focus there. Look how, well, I wouldn't say easily he climbs the Val d'Anvers, this steep wall that almost 10% average. But this man is here to complete his bingo card, just like you explained before. He's got 2 Olympic titles, 2 world titles, 2 Belgian titles, 1 European time trial title. There's only one missing at the age of 25, and that is a European road race title. And he is most definitely here to get that. On his wheel, his nemesis, Tadej Pogačar, on these really steep ramps here. We see Paul Sexas trying to follow here. We also see Pavel Sivakov trying to follow. This is the top of the climb. Already picking up Kasper Pedersen. We're picking up Andrea Mifsud. All these riders from the original breakaway.
And the breakaway has exploded in front of these guys. In front of the peloton attacking. Sivakov just trying to hold on to the back, but it's Evenepoel, Pogačar, and the young 19-year-old Paul Sexas. He's able to follow. What a ride.
His name is on the street. Andrea Mifsud, the man representing Malta, normally racing for Nice Métropole Côte d'Azur, is trying to hold on for dear life here to ride with the big boys. The man from the breakaway. Paul Sexas, wow. Picking up more and more riders. This is Victor Langelotte. He's not Pancake himself, but he's just being, overtaken here. They're motoring by him. We still have Sivakov in the distance, but the 2 Italians with Garofoli and Cristian Scaroni who kind of initiated this move. They completely exploded here on the Val d'Anvers. Matthijs Paasens, that facial expression kind of says it all, does it?
You turn around and you see who's coming across. You know what's happening.
Never mind. Anton Charmé here of Denmark, Junior Lesser in front of him. We still have Kevin Genietz up there for Luxembourg. Everything is exploding. 90 kilometers to go past that rather wonderful mention yet again onto the descent of Val d'Anvers, and then we are going to cross the finish line again, and we're going to do this lap one more time. 37.4 kilometer long lap. One more time up the climb Mur de Cornas, Saint-Romain-de-l'Air. One more time up the Val d'Anvers, and then we're on to the small laps where we do this climb another 3 times. Am I hyping it up? I'm hyping it up.
There's some excitement for sure coming.
And Jan Christen, who was part of this move, what happened to him?
I think he's just in the background there. We just caught a glimpse. You can see, this race really exploded. The motorbikes
everywhere,
stuck in between all these groups. This is the front group right now that we can see. The motorbikes behind it, now Remco and Evenepoel's group. This is the final uphill section. There's a little downhill, then a little kicker up to the top, and this is where the descent really starts now.
Meaning that Remco has got 2 teammates with him. Vervaeke, who was in that initial breakaway, and Junior Lesser, who potentially could still come back to the front. But Vervaeke is the man going to the front right now, from that original breakaway.
And it's the same for Paul Sexas. He will have Nicolas Prudhomme in that front group as a teammate. Frigo of Italy, he's there. And of course Dan Hüller, the big Dutch man.
Going to switch teams next year is Dan Hüller.
Yeah, he's making his way to decathlon.
He's already getting acquainted to his future teammate, Paul Sexas, just putting his hand on his on the back of his future teammate. You can imagine that Dan Hüller will have to do a lot of the work at the front of the bunch when Paul Sexas is racing.
Yeah, they've really made some big signings there this year into the next few seasons. So some big step-ups. I do really think they. Of course, we touched on it. The talent that is Paul Sexas, 19-year-old future Grand Tour winner. That's what the hope is anyway, isn't it? But
I was just going to say, tune it down on the expectations, John.
Well, we know, yeah, to be honest with what he's capable with. We just saw him follow Evenepoel and Pogačar at 19 years old. If he's developed right, which I think he will be, at Decathlon with some experienced staff and riders around him. Yeah, a future talent for sure. Already won Tour de l'Avenir, which is that future Tour de France, as it's always billed.
Yeah, also won by a certain Isaac Del Toro in the past. That year that Matthew Riccatello was the runner-up. Time to get.
I think one as well.
Bernal, yeah, indeed. Pogačar. Yeah, it's a big talent spotting race. Although I must say that in the past, you know, you could look at the Tour de l'Avenir and spot some diamonds in the rough, so to say, that were not already on the radar. But if you look at the top 10 right now of the Tour de l'Avenir, most of these guys are already on development teams of the big World Tour teams, or about to be signed to those World Tour development teams. So yeah, the Tour de l'Avenir and the way that the development is of young guys at the moment, things are progressing so incredibly fast that the scouting already happens when they're 16, 17 years young. So the Tour de l'Avenir kind of is losing its significance a little bit. I think they are going to cancel the Under-23 Nations Cup series altogether next year. Because of
trying
the way
to find that balance now. Yeah, I understand. And of course, with the Nations Cups, with the national teams, actually, it's better to have the development teams of these World Tour teams allowed to race a lot of these races. Would actually benefit those races a lot more. Give more people. You look at the Baby Giro, as it was once called, now national, now
Giro Next Gen.
Yeah, Giro Next Gen, but before that was just national teams, and then they introduced development teams into it, and I think that really improved the race.
There's still quite a few Belgian riders in this group. Junior Lesser, I think Sandro Merisse is still out here as well. There's quite a few French riders still. Yeah, the Dutch guys still up there as well. Good old Rui Costa. So quite a lot of firepower joining for Remco Evenepoel. Vervaeke, Stef Kras. Belgians really have strength in number. And like you said a little while ago, when somebody asked how to beat Pogačar, isolate him. He's got Mohoric, who of course counts for 2, but for the rest of it, he's quite isolated, Tadej Pogačar. Well, the Belgians have at least 5 riders up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mohoric is actually even in this front group. I saw a Bahrain helmet. No, it is. No, Mohoric isn't there. There's no green jersey of Slovenia, so Yeah, Pogacar on his own now in this group, and that's exactly what these teams needed. Look at the numbers the French have. And it's always nice now when the lone Slovakian rider comes to the front and takes a turn. Pogacar and Remco sharing a few words as they cross the line there. What they were talking about.
Igor Arrieta, Juan Ayuso. Scaroni. This is the group with Mohoric. It has Thibaut Del Grosso in it as well. Del Grosso, the young prodigy. And all in all, I must be very honest that there is talent in the Netherlands, but at the moment, behind a certain Mathieu van der Poel, there's just not a lot of big talent coming up. Tijmen Arendsman, quite possibly. But Thibaut Del Grosso is one of the next big things in the Dutch cycling scene. But yeah, since the World Championships, European Championships these days are so mountainous, something that Tim Merlier, the 2024 European champion, said, it is as if organisers are just not interested in a good old sprint race anymore, in Grand Tours and at championships. "86 kilometres to go. We just passed the finish line. We're going to do the final of our 3 37-kilometre loops. A lot of Italians here in this group. There were only 5 at the start line. I think they had a quota of 8, but they only started with 5, with Alberto Bettiol, Marco Frigo, Gianmarco Garofoli, Cristiano Scaroni and Diego Lissi. Time for bottles and for gels. Casper Pedersen was in that original breakaway. Oh, did Tiesj Benoot just ask a bottle from one of the Dutch Swannies? Oh,
yeah, he tried to, but then he decided not to. Actually, it was offered up by the Slovenian staff member, but then he.
It's quite well possible that Tiesj Benoot, who of course still races for Visma, he makes the move to the Decathlon as well next year, that the Swannies that the Dutch Cycling Federation have here also work for a team like Visma Lease Bike. The Dutch Cycling Federation doesn't have any Swannies on a full-time contract, they just hire them on a day-by-day basis. So maybe he recognised one of the Swannies and then later thought, okay, well, no, not today, you're not my Swannie today.
Yeah,
but he needs a bottle, as you can see, since he has got none on his bike.
And the problem is that team cars won't all be getting up to Tiesj, so the Belgian team car won't be there just yet. But he definitely needs a bottle. He will be key for that man in the gold helmet, Remco Evenepoel. 86k to go. The moment they have the upper hand, Evenepoel has 3 teammates. Pogacar has none. And you look down the line, the Italians with 3, with Frigo, Garofoli and Scaroni. It's going to be an interesting time when we start to hit this final climb now, how they race it. We saw a big fight into the bottom last time around, but this time, of course, the group is already built and ready, and there won't be so much panic to be in the best position possible.
But this group is already quite far back.
It's a long way back, isn't it?
Tiesj Benoot is desperately trying to get a bottle there from one of the cars, because he missed it through the feed zone. Jan Christen is here as well. Also a good ride by Felix Großschachtner, the only representative for Austria in this race. There is the national coach, and there is that bottle, or a gel and a bottle.
I think he'll take a few. He's come and have a good conversation as well.
Here's all the names for you on the front row. 3 riders for Belgium. The Danes have got 3 as well. 3 for Italy. Just going to go through the entire list there. 5 riders for France. That is a pretty royal position to be in. Ayuso is on his own. I thought I saw Igor Arrieta, but apparently that was a second group. So Ayuso also finds himself alone. Some of the riders in that group from the original 15-man breakaway, and some of the riders, well, the best of the best who made it across. If you're tuning in right now, 82 kilometers to go. We lost 2 important protagonists already. The numbers 1 and 2 from the most recent of Vuelta. Jonas Vingegaard was dropped about 25 kilometers ago, and João Almeida was also in a spot of bother a little while ago. And this is an interesting situation. Martin Sricek is, of course, a man from Slovakia. He's on his own for Slovakia, and I am under the impression that he's lending a little bit of help to Remco Evenepoel, his Soudal Quickstep teammate at the moment. We're going to listen to the world champion.
Last Santa de Long climb is 70 km to go. Is it too far, or for you it's nothing?
I mean, it's really far from finish. It's just 130k into the race, 70k to go. But then it's still the small laps with a short climb. I think, I mean, it's possible to go on attack early, but it's gonna be hard to go solo to the finish for sure.
Maybe you prefer the shorter climb, the steepest one.
I like both, but I don't like the in-between because it's so much. It's quite a lot of flat in-between, and it's a strong wind today. So this is the part I don't like.
The Danish guys said they were going to look at you, and depending on what you're going to do. So, what do you think of the way that they are going to race?
If they just look at me, for me it's good. We just roll to the finish and sprint in the finish line. So that would be good.
So Pogačar was a little bit worried about the wind, or he's just giving some of his best acting there.
No, I think he's right actually with the flat roads in between the climbs, predominantly in a headwind. So a solo attack with 70k to go, not the greatest idea. If there's one rider who could do it, it is Pogačar. But at the moment, now completely alone with 80k to go. So this is where riders really need to almost have a collaboration together. If you have a teammate or other riders up the road, you really just put the pressure on Pogačar to bring them back. If one of the Belgians, if Evenepoel goes up the road, then it's all for Pogačar to attack or follow. Same with the French. They have 5 riders here. They can really play some games, really take some opportunities. You look through those 5 French riders. Of course, Romain Gregoire, one of the best.
Oh, this man, he did so much work at the front, and he had to pay with a broken skin suit. Luckily, he looks that he hasn't broken anything. He's still on his feet, but that is a tough reward for all the work that this man did at the front. Love his helmet.
Yeah, that's a lot of skin off as well. That's an uncomfortable few nights' sleep as well.
Tadej Pogačar, yeah, completely isolated in this group of 28. Last week, of course, in Rwanda, absolutely superior. We had that one fewer question, John, that we didn't get into because there was more attacks happening. But do you think that Remco Evenepoel could have challenged Pogačar if he didn't have that bike issue last week? Maybe you did answer it because
it would have been a better chance for him, actually. It would have been a better chance. We don't really know exactly what the bike issue was. He ended up having 2 bike changes, didn't he? Which was quite strange. And And of course, when he stopped, the cars were nowhere near him, so he had to wait for 30, 40 seconds. So, yeah, sometimes in those situations you need to be a lot more calmer, wait for the team car to come up, and that could have saved him, Evenepoel, a lot of energy. The question is, we'll never know, but the way we can see today, he's in very good form. There's no doubt about that. And I think, luckily, with the European coming a week after the Worlds, we get a chance to see what could have happened at the World Championships.
It's not like we have a double blind like you do in scientific research, but a little bit like a double blind. You get another chance to see what could have been. And for now, the Belgians, they have strength in numbers. They've got the upper hand. Pogacar completely isolated. This is a lovely view of La Via-Rona, and it is a name of chocolate, because they also make a lot of chocolate here in the region. But most importantly, it's a beautiful bike path that you can follow. That is quite flat. It also involves this lovely bridge, but it's a nice cycling route from 815 kilometers long from Lake Geneva, following the Rhone River almost, that starts near the Furka Pass in the canton of Valais. So if you want to go on a little bike adventure and have got time to do 815 kilometers, the Via-Rona is a lovely. You just follow the entire Rhone River from the county of Valais, Canton Valais in Switzerland. That is near the Furka Pass that you probably know from the Tour of Switzerland, all the way to France. And because you're following the river, it's mostly flat, unless you want to do this thing. If you want to go off the beaten track and think, oh, I really feel like doing a 10% average climb, which is most definitely not me. I never have that feeling. But there's people who really find that enjoyable. But flat roads, and if you just do it in this direction, and mostly you have a tailwind, yeah, it could be rather enjoyable. I would advise not to eat cheese for lunch and then go on a bike ride, because that is just not a good idea. Let's climb again. We're back on the Mur de Cornas, a very steep start of the climb. And Victor Langelotti, our man from Monaco, is off the back. He was part of that original breakaway of 15. I do think that this jersey, if they sell it, it could be a collector's item, John. It's gorgeous. It's great. But more and more riders that we found in the original breakaway are now being dropped, like Martin Sviček. Put in a little bit of work there for Remco, his teammate. We also have the lovely Andrea Mifsud in trouble. Matthijs Paasens, Van Holen there at the back of the bunch as well. And the Belgians really taking charge. In the early stages of the race, we saw the Slovenians doing most of the work and the Belgians keeping quiet, contrary to what we saw last week in Rwanda. But now it's up to the Belgians. They've got 4-5 riders up front.
Yeah, and the important part actually is keeping those teammates as well. They don't want to ride this climb too difficult, like in a too hard a pace. Actually, Evenepoel needs 3 teammates in front of him. Still 77 kilometers to go, especially on those flat roads. We talk about a Pogacar attack, but as Evenepoel really needs all the help he can get as we further and we get closer to the finale of the race. I think we should go over this at a decent pace. Riders will be distanced for sure, especially the riders who were in that original breakaway. But at the moment, Belgium in a very good position, along with France.
This man has already given quite a lot, Matthias Vacek. I was corrected that there's no accent on the C, so it's Vacek instead of Vacek. Yeah. Anyways, he's off the back after all the work that he put in. He signed a new multi-year contract, the double national champion from the Czech Republic. Looks like
Pogačar.
we have a little bit of a move going. Juan Ayuso, Remco Evenepoel, Jan Christen, Paul Sexas, they are the ones reacting. Louis Vervaeke on a fantastic day. This is testing the waters for Tadej Pogačar. 76 kilometers to go. Who can even follow on the steeper gradients here of the Mur de Cornas, in between the vignettes of the Cornas AOC? Will we go down to a battle of two already? Ayuso seems to be in a spot of trouble. And Louis Vervaeke tries to make it across to help his teammate out, to help Remco Evenepoel out. But this, I think we are going to get down to a battle of two. What can Paul Sexas still do? Trying to bridge across there. Ayuso on the wheel of Paul Sexas. But I think, well, a little bit of, well, involuntary wheelie there by Remco Evenepoel. I think this is the moment, John. This is the moment.
This is one of the moments, but this is the key point. I really want to see how Evenepoel plays this. Is he just going to follow and sit? I think when it does go flat, Evenepoel is in a good position to keep his teammates with him. But he's just being distanced. The gap slowly opening up, but he did take a look around. He's closed it. He's closed it. It was almost, he took a look over his shoulder, did Remco Evenepoel, and the gap just slowly opened up in front of him.
We still have 5 kilometers of climbing here on the Saint-Romain-de-l'Air climb. Of course, like you explained, John, the first 2 kilometers, called Mur de Cornas, in between the vignettes where we are right now, is the steepest part. But we still got 5 kilometers of climbing to do. Ooh. And he leaves Remco Evenepoel behind. 75 kilometers to go. And that was a big sigh there by John Mould. 75 kilometers to go. And Tadej Pogačar, he slaloms in between the motorbikes and then leaves Remco Evenepoel behind. Paul Sexas, he's trying everything to get to the front right there, following Remco Evenepoel. But we still have 75 kilometers to go, and this man is already on his own.
And the top of the climb comes at 70 kilometers to go. It's almost not over. We have those big headwind sections. We have the flat valley roads. It's all about getting teammates and riders behind together. The gap is just there. This is the top of the steepest part of this climb as well. Now Evenepoel and Sexas joining together. Now, in my mind, these guys are teammates. If they come together, they're teammates to bring back Pogačar.
But what even happened there? There was Remco attacked the first time around on this climb. He kind of easily followed Tadej Pogačar, and there was one moment and he just did boom, and Pogačar is off. What even happened?
Yeah. Just the Pogačar effect, really, in the saddle, able to keep accelerating.
And then Pogačar says in that interview, "Oh, I do worry about the headwinds and etc., etc." But this man is just 2, 3, 4 levels above anybody else. And we're talking about a double Olympic champion. We're talking about Remco Evenepoel, a man who won the Vuelta, who won Liège-Bastogne-Liège, who won all sorts of races, who absolutely obliterated Filippo Ganna on Wednesday in that time trial. And Pogačar just leaves him behind as if he's a junior on a training ride. It's just baffling.
Yeah, the way he's able just to really just go, and when he goes, he doesn't look like completely out. He's not full gas. It doesn't seem like that, but you can see the acceleration when he's in the saddle, and he's able just to hold that effort for so much longer than a lot of other riders.
From the saddle, even he attacks from the saddle.
Still 16 seconds. They still have him in sight. Evenepoel and Sexas to start working together. Behind them, Ayuso
and Scaroni.
They're trying to close things down as well.
Yeah, that could be an interesting partnership. But, you know, we are going to do that fall d'envers another 4 times. That is the same gradient that we just saw on the lower slopes here on the Mur des Cornas. What are you going to do as Remco Evenepoel or Paul Sixas or Scaroni or Juan Ayuso if a man is so much stronger on these steeper gradients, attacking from the saddle as if the others are not even there?
He's just able to ride consistently at such a high pace. That's the, it's the biggest thing. But you can see now, just follow Pogačar over the top of this climb. The top of the climb comes at 70 kilometers to go. That's when they begin the fast descent. It's all about the importance on the other side after the descent, who can work well together. We just need to hold Pogačar at the most 25 to 30 seconds to keep themselves in a chance of winning this race. And we talked about isolating this man, Pogačar, but the best way of solving isolation is attacking and isolating all your other rivals, and that's exactly what he went and did. He opened the taps, and now everyone is on a level playing field. No one has teammates now.
You just kind of wonder if Pogačar even likes riding in a group. And I wonder, like also last week in Rwanda, if you were at the front 2.5 hours on your own, maybe just drop back to the car and, you know, get your AirPods and get a podcast on. A little bit of music. If you do like 2 hours solos, do you not get bored? Is it a real genuine question? What are you thinking about 2 hours long on your own?
Yeah, there's always stuff to think about, I think. Sometimes it's nice to not have music, so yeah, maybe Pogačar's a non-music man.
I did have an interview with Bauke Mollema one day, and he told me he thought about shopping lists on what he needed to buy in the supermarkets.
Yeah, normally on a long ride, that's what you start thinking about. Shopping and food and what you're going to eat at the end of the ride. Especially in the middle of winter, in those winter training rides, you just, I can't wait to get home and have a really nice warm meal when it's cold and wet outside.
I'm really happy that I'm not the only one thinking about food on my rides. You know, all the food that I could eat when I'm back from the ride. But the 4 chasers are now back together. There is our leader, Tadej Pogačar, on his own, and we've got Remco Evenepoel, Cristian Scaroni, Juan Ayuso, and Paul Sixas. Those are the 4 chasers.
Yeah, big ring and top of the block. Now there'll be a lot of mechanics around the world looking at that image. Yeah, pulling their hair out almost. When you're stretching the chain like that, it's not the perfect way to ride or most efficient either. But a little bit times have changed nowadays. The front mech with the electric gears adjusts a little, and it helps it keep it a lot more smoother. But Pogačar doesn't care about or worry about that at this moment in time. Now 31 seconds up on that group of 4. Still, they just need to hold this now. They need to keep it at 30 seconds. It gives them a chance of bringing this man back.
I admire your optimism.
Thanks. I'm hoping. But you never know.
I squashed your hope just now.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, before I get all sorts of angry messages that I do not like today, Pogačar, I absolutely adore the guy. He is so funny. He is genuinely kind. If you look at the little clip that they uploaded on their social media accounts to advertise the Poggi Challenge, which will take place next Sunday, where you can ride against Tadej Pogačar. He's riding a unicycle in that Instagram reel, ending up on the trampoline, then going back on his unicycle. He's just a funny guy, and he's always very kind to me. But the dominance of this man sometimes makes me a little bit desperate, because we've got 75 kilometers of bike riding to do, and it's the same guy at the front that we always see at the front. And everybody wants an exciting bike race to commentate on and to watch. And no matter how amazing this guy is, and I also love a cyclocross race with Mathieu van der Poel for an hour of dominance. But for the sport and for those of you watching, a little bit more excitement wouldn't do the sport any harm, you know. Also for next week in Lombardy, of course, we'll not have the Muro di Sormano like we had in previous 4 occasions with Pogačar winning, but you almost tend to expect these kind of things, and I think in the long run for cycling and for viewership, it's not a good thing if you have the expected winner each and every time again. Everybody loves a surprise winner, whether that's Magdalene Villiers. Everybody loves a little bit of an underdog. Everybody loves a little bit of a surprise, and the same goes with these races with Tadej Pogačar. And yeah, it is hardly a surprise anymore these days, because if you have the stats of the last 20 big races, he won most of them, and the other ones went to Mathieu van der Poel. But anyways, as my dad just texted me, we still have the battle for silver. Long silence.
We do, but I still think at 30 seconds, if those 4 riders behind are able to work together, they have to form an alliance. We talk about the dominance and accepting the dominance, but the way to do it is to work together, be willing to lose. You know, you have Ayuso there, we have Remco Evenepoel, Scaroni, Sexas. This is their chance of a European title, and I think for Evenepoel, he just needs to motivate those guys. Those 4 now almost work as a full team, and they need to try and bring Pogačar back. There is a chance on the flat, 4 riders working in a good formation together. It allows the opportunity that group could come back in that headwind.
That's true. Okay, that is true.
I think it's still possible. We're holding at 30 seconds.
Exactly. We might end up with exactly the same winner, and I do wish amazing victories on Tadej Pogačar, because yet again, he's a fantastic athlete and a great ambassador for the sport. But I just want a little bit more excitement at 2 hours from the finish line. That's all I ask.
Yeah, I think this is the point though with Evenepoel, Sexas. You know, Evenepoel needs to come back, talk to Scaroni, talk to Ayuso. There's nothing. At the moment, when you talk about it, you're going to lose anyway. So let's all get together. Let's try and bring Pogačar back. We don't do the hardest climb of the race anymore. Only that final, that is still really difficult. 1.6k at 8.5%. But the key thing is now really to motivate those 4, get them to start pulling through this next chase group on the road. Maybe a minute back.
Exactly, this group is already a minute back, and that happened on the final 4 kilometers of that climb. And of course, France, they've got 4 riders in here, with Sivakov doing a lot of work. We still have Romain Grégoire up there. We still have Aurélien Parapente, and I think his brother is still up there as well. But they're a minute back. They're 1 minute back.
They're chasing well. They need to be with, obviously, their leader, Paul Sexas, is at the front. If they do come, look at the numbers the French have. If they do get to that front group, then they can go all in. But at this point now, they're almost just protecting Romain Grégoire. Get a good view of Pogačar. Has the road to himself, but we saw how fast Evenepoel descended last time down here. So at points you can take 10-15 seconds out of someone quite easily on a descent. Just one small little mistake from Pogačar, even just braking too late, you lose a lot of speed on the exit of the corner. So I think when they get on the flat, if the gap is still around 30-35 seconds, if the four get together, still hope for the four chasing.
The names of the third group off the road with Grégoire, Paré-Peintre, Prudhomme, Sivakov, 4 riders for France up there. Still got quite a few riders for Belgium as well. Young Christen, Mats Wenzel from the original breakaway. Good ride there by the man from Luxembourg. This is the last time that we do this descent of the Saint-Romain-de-l'Air climb. And now we're making our way to the Val d'Anvers, 1.6 kilometers, almost 10% average for the first of 4 times up and down that climb. But let's enjoy for a brief moment, John, the beauty of a descent and all the noise that comes with it, sound comes with it. .34 seconds for this remarkable man from Slovenia, Tadej Pogačar. He's got 34 seconds on 4 riders, including Remco Evenepoel, and a minute 40 on a group with 4 French riders. It's going to be a pretty busy week for Tadej Pogačar after he potentially wins this European title. He has Trevali Varesine coming up on Tuesday, and then Il Lombardia on Saturday, and then his Poggi Challenge, like I told you about. His Poggi Challenge is next Sunday. He added the Trevali Varesine to his schedule last minute. I don't know if there is an order from the UAE team management that they have to get to the 100 wins. They're on 89 at the moment. Isaac Del Toro, of course, added one yesterday. He's also starting today in the Coppa Agostoni. It is still possible to get to 100, although it is going to be a little bit harder than with just a few rides left. But I wonder if that is actually a thing on the UAE management to get to 100 wins, because nobody's ever done 89. They're already a winner in the all-time team rankings, beating HTC Columbia. But 100 is a nice little number to put out on your social media accounts and sent to the Palace of the Sheikh.
Yeah, it's a nice round number, isn't it? 100. So we will see. Still plenty of races still to go, isn't there?
31 seconds, so they clawed back just a little bit there on this descent. We've got 4 more descents to go, John. And a little bit of headwind for good measure.
Headwind and the flat roads, I think that valley road is the key point. If they can bring this gap down again, there's still some hope.
.62 kilometres to go in this 10th edition of the European Road Race Championships for the men elite. We're making our way to the Val d'Anvers climb. And that climb is on the menu for 4 more times after that one. 62 kilometres to go. I'll start again. We have one leader, his name, Tadej Pogačar. Not a surprise, of course, but chasing him, and that gap is coming down slightly after that descent, is this group with Remco Evenepoel, with Juan Ayuso, with Paul Seixas, and in last wheel, Cristian Scaroni. A little bit of highlights. 109 kilometres to go. We had this little attack with Stef Kras, with Junior Le Serre, and that was the early beginnings of the, well, I wouldn't say final, but this is where it all started to happen. Big blocks of riders from France, from Belgium, and of course from Slovenia. But at this point of the race, Tadej Pogačar is almost isolated. And that was the tactic that we saw from the Belgians and from the French, to isolate Tadej Pogačar. This was the first move by Remco Evenepoel. We see Pogačar in third wheel. Jan Christen tried a little bit here, 92 kilometres to go. And here we have a deciding moment. And this is where we ended up with the situation where we are right now. Not in these highlights, but very important to mention is that at 105 kilometres to go, we lost Jonas Vingegaard. He got dropped from the peloton. And this is the moment that the runner-up from the Vuelta that was won by Jonas Vingegaard, João Almeida, is also dropped. Then on the climb, the steepest part of the Mur de Cornas, the Saint-Romain-de-l'Air climb, it is Remco Evenepoel, of course, with the golden helmet, followed by Tadej Pogačar and Paul Seixas. And those would be the strongest riders of the race, because a little bit further on the steeper gradients, we have Tadej Pogačar attacking. And Remco Evenepoel, he tried briefly to follow along, but this is the moment at 75 kilometres to go that he couldn't anymore. The gap, it goes out to 30 seconds, but it never really gets more than that. And now, as we just did the descent, these 4 riders with Evenepoel, Seixas, Ayuso and Cristian Scaroni are now down 23 seconds. We have a big peloton, third chasing group here with, amongst others, Gianmarco Garofoli, Jan Christen, 4 riders for France, with Grégoire, Valentin Parepintre, Podom and Sivakov, and a few riders from Belgium, but they're already 146 down on these 4 guys. So, John, I'm afraid that these 4 guys will have to do it together, and that no help will be coming from the background, from the group with Vervaeke, Skelmose, Frigo, Garofoli, Grégoire, Parepintre, Podom, Sivakov, Christen, Squinch, and the only one from the breakaway, Mats Wenzel.
No, I think these 4 are the key ones, but the important part of this is these 4 riders working together and making sure they roll through. You can see Seixas and Scaroni already missing turns, but I understand everyone at the moment. It's been a really tough, difficult race at this point, but if you want to win a medal, if you want to be in any chance of winning a jersey, you need to contribute to the chase, even if it's only 10 seconds, just to give Ayuso and Evenepoel a little bit of rest, and that holds the speed and brings the speed up. But if these 4 work together, then they've got a chance of getting Pogačar back. And of course, gap down now to 23 seconds.
But we now
just
have the
start the climb, yeah.
Exactly. We now start the climb called Val d'Anvers. And no matter the dominance of this man, there's always a moment that it ends. And it's been a long season for Tadej Pogačar as well.
It has, and also problems. We saw, we talked about Evenepoel having his issues with his bike at the Worlds. It happens to every rider at some point. Not that you're wishing it to be a mechanical problem. But as you said as well, a long season. You never know the energy levels.
He started his season, he started his season in February in his, the home race of his team, the UE Tour, winning a stage, winning 2 stages and the overall. One of the highlights I thought of that UE Tour was Tadej Pogačar trying it in a bunch kick. That was funny. Won Strade Bianche. Tom Pidcock must have been one of the only riders this year attacking Tadej Pogačar. Crashed in Strade Bianche, not Tom, but Tadej Pogačar. Still won. 3rd in Milan-San Remo, winner in Flanders. Crashed in Paris-Roubaix, 2nd there. 2nd in Amstel Gold Race. Behind Matthias Skelmose. Winner in La Flèche Wallonne, winner in Liège-Bastogne-Liège, winner in Critérium du Dauphiné, winner in the Tour de France, 29th actually in Quebec, then runner-up in Montreal, helping his teammate McNulty to the win, and then of course, another world title in Rwanda. That is the year of Tadej Pogačar. 47 race days only. What happened to the times, John, that riders did at least 80 race days a year?
Yeah, the advancements in training now, I think, is the biggest thing. You could really build and prepare yourself and get yourself in race form just through training alone. The sports scientists, the extra data we have really allows riders to really pick and choose and prepare, whereas a few years ago it was all about using races as preparation. But it makes every race more difficult because the quality then in the races are a lot higher because everyone is there to perform, not just there just to use it for training. At 22 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly. He's not gaining anything on this climb.
No. And
I thought he would, and it's working.
His shoulders are really rocking, aren't they? You don't get to see Pogačar like this too often. So is that the big question?
In the distance.
And he takes a big look round as well.
And just to set record straight, John Wall, because I do indeed get angry messages from people. Oh, you hate Pogačar. I absolutely do not hate Pogačar. This is a man that we should be very happy with. He's an absolute phenomenon. He's on his way to equal the record of Eddy Merckx, or maybe he's already surpassing it in his versatility. He's an absolute asset to the sport. He is bigger than the sport itself. So Pogačar is a fantastic athlete. Most importantly for me, he's a fantastic human being. He is such a cool guy to hang around with, and all the things that he does in his career and outside of his career. In Slovenia, he's got his own junior and development team, just like Remco Evenepoel, by the way. So no, I absolutely do not dislike Tadej Pogačar, not in the least. The only point that I want to make is that for the sport, dominance can be a blessing, but it can also be a curse. But for now, these four chasers, they are kind of holding their ground. There's not a moment in the next 56 kilometers that Pogačar can take it easy. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
There is, and after this descent, we then ride for around 4 or 5 kilometers into a headwind. So after this, I think Evenepoel needs to make sure he gets these 4 riders all together over the top. You see how hard Sexas is having to fight to hold Evenepoel's wheel. But in the headwind then, if 4 can roll through together, they have a chance of closing that gap down to Pogačar. It really isn't over yet. I think Pogačar, see how hard he's having to work. It's only going to get more difficult for him out there on his own. with 56k to go. Gap still around 28 seconds. It seems like
maybe
it's still on.
I would just have to swallow my words and join your wave of positivity.
I think it's on. I think if those four work together, what have you got to lose is the biggest message. In the car as a DS now, are we all just going to sit here and let him ride away? We work together, four of us, we can do it. I think it's the only hope they have. If you don't maintain it, the best is you're going to get is silver. So, yeah, let's try and get that jersey. So this is where the descent really starts after this left-hand corner. The Pogacar went through. Follow the chasers through that section now. They make a tight left-hand corner. And it's from that point around a 2-kilometer descent until they make another left turn. And that's where the headwind really starts. And that lasts for almost around 9 kilometers into a block headwind, and the gusts around 40 to 50 kilometers an hour, but on average 25 kilometers plus. So 4 against 1 in the headwind is always better, but at the moment it looks like it's only going to be 3, with Scarveroni almost just trying to hold the wheel with everything he's got.
Scaroni is a very dangerous rider when it comes to finals, basically from the start of the season all the way to now. Took a lot of points for Astana throughout the season. We have confirmation that Jonas Vingegaard indeed has abandoned the race here. No need in continuing when you already get dropped at 100 kilometers from the line. But yeah, I wonder if that is a focus point for the team over the winter, over the off-season from the Visma Lease bike team, whether they can kind of just giving him a little bit of a one-day panache. Of course, races like Liège, he says himself, we should suit him really well. Races like Liège, Bastogne-Liège or Flèche Wallonne, that should suit him really well. They don't really fit his Grand Tour preparation. I think he said in between the lines that next year he wants to have a go at the Giro. So when are you going to get one-day classics Jonas Vingegaard off the ground when next year he quite possibly is going to do 2 Grand Tours?
Yeah, it's a difficult question, isn't it? But you see the Vingegaard in the Tour, the punch and the acceleration he actually has. Obviously, it's something he really needs to train and work on in those one-day races. Of course, Liège and Flèche, they suit him on paper, but obviously everything that comes with it, the fight for positioning, the smaller roads, the amount of more stress there is in those races, they all have a lot more of an effect than you can really see in any data. You can't see the stress, you can't see anything that on training peaks compared with your power or everything that comes with it. So it's everything all in one that makes the big difference. And I think for Vingegaard it's a big project, but in my mind his priority is winning Grand Tours. And that's exactly what he should try and concentrate on, and I think that's what he also enjoys the most as well.
Yeah, and why try to make him into a one-day racer? Well, he's one of the best in the world in stage racing and Grand Tour racing. I feel that most of the work in this group is being done by Remco Evenepoel.
It is. He just needs to keep motivating these riders to keep pulling. The group behind now, long way behind.
We're back at the finish line for 52 kilometres of a European road race. Elite men. You know this guy. This is Tadej Pogačar. He attacked about 20 kilometres ago, 25 kilometres ago, on the last of the bigger laps. And we're now going to do 3 shorter laps of 17 kilometres. It does include 2 climbs. One is called the Montée de Costebelle, just a short one, 600 metres long. 300 metres long, 6%, sorry, and it includes that Vol d'Anvers, that's short but steep, narrow climb, 3 more times. His gap is hovering around the 30-second, 35-second mark. You can see the wind is blowing here in the town streets of Guérin-Grange, and that could be the biggest enemy for Tadej Pogačar. 4 chasers with Remco Evenepoel, Juan Ayuso, Paul Sixas and Christian Scaroni, and a bigger group over 2 minutes behind them. Already 40 riders have abandoned this race, including Jonas Vingegaard, and the next time they are going to cross the pit lane just behind the finish line. Yeah, quite possibly more riders are going to abandon it, and yeah, a very small peloton remains, that chasing group that we have now, about 2 minutes behind this group. They have to keep on pacing, that's the only thing that they can do, but as it stands right now, John, they are losing time on Tadej Pogačar, 45 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, that gap slowly eking out now, around 40 seconds. But it's all about those 4 really working together. You can see the difference. It's Evenepoel and Ayuso who seem to be the strongest in this group at the moment. Scaroni and Sexas not pulling as long or as fast turns as Evenepoel and Ayuso. But for Evenepoel, he almost just needs to use these riders, keep the gap as close as possible, and maybe make a late attack from here to try and bridge across to Pogačar.
Nope, no bottles, no gels for Tadej Pogačar. Looks like Scaroni is in a little bit of trouble here in the 4th wheel, trying to hold on to the pace set by the time trial master superior, Remco Evenepoel. Trying to get a bottle. No, Dries doesn't have to give a bottle. Oh, he gets one. Long-time Swanee for the Belgian team, Smetje. Here is Nicolas Prodhomme, Aurélien Parapintre, Sivakov, and Romain Grégoire doing the work in that chasing group. But that's almost 3 minutes behind Tadej Pogačar. This man will also race on Tuesday in the Tre Valli Varesine, and another big example of the kind of man that Tadej Pogačar is. Last year, when the race was cancelled due to a lot of rain, he promised to the organisers in Varese that he would come back. A man of his word, he added this race to his calendar, and we will see him on the start line of the Tre Valli Varesine on Tuesday. A race that you can watch here as well. Other big hitters on the start line will be Tom Pidcock, runner-up, of course, in Giro dell'Emilia. Isaac Del Toro will be racing alongside this man, alongside Tadej Pogačar. We have Richard Carapaz. Scaroni is on the provisional start list for Tuesday. On Monday, that's already tomorrow, we also have one of these one-day races in Italy. They come in thick and fast. It's called the Coppa Bernocchi. Another of these races that are insanely old, over a century old. I think it's edition 116 of Lombardia, 119 of Lombardia. So, but tomorrow's the Coppa Bernocchi. It's going to be the last race of former European champion Jacopo Nizzolo. So give him an extra cheer there in his last race as a pro. His teammate at the Q36.5 team, Gianluca Brambilla, has also announced his retirement at the end of the season. That will be in Giro del Veneto. So two icons of Italian cycling are going to say goodbye in the next weeks. Yeah, the European Championships, they started in 2016. Well, they started before that, but it was only for under 23 and junior riders in the past. But in Plumelec, in Brittany, in the west of France, we started with the elites, and the first winner was a big name straight away, Peter Sagan. 2017, it was Alexander Kristoff, Matteo Trentin, Elia Viviani, Jacopo Nizzolo, Sonny Colbrelli, 4 Italians in a row. Fabio Jacobsen in 2022, Christophe Laporte in Drenthe on the Van Berg, and Tim Merlier last year in Limburg. That was 9 world champions, European champions, I should say. And the 10th might be the world champion. And a question that I get on my social media quite a lot, and if you want to reach out with a question, just find me on Instagram and on Blue Sky, Jose Ben TV, JOSEBEEN TV. A question I get a lot, John, is if Pogacar wins, does the runner-up in this race get to wear the European Champions jersey?
No, they don't. It's Tade's only, whoever the winner is, but obviously the World Championships jersey supersedes everything, even a national champs jersey and a European jersey. So it'll only be, if Tade wants to wear the Euro jersey in training, maybe we might get to see that at the cafe somewhere near Monaco. But of course, if you're world champion, the world's jersey is an honour to wear, and I think you never know how many years or how long you're going to get to wear that jersey. So if you win a world champs jersey, you don't take it off.
And this man, well, next year we're in Montreal. The year after we're going to have Super Worlds in the French Alps with a circuit race alongside a lot over the Côte de Domancy, which featured in the 1980 World Championships, which are up until now the hardest World Championships ever, won by Bernard Hinault. I think they're going to do 18 times up the Côte de Domancy on that circuit race in France in 2027. So this man potentially has another 2 chances to be world champion. He loves the circuit in Montreal. He's already shown that, and that Côte de Domancy, well, could be for him as well. So another 2 opportunities for Pogacar to be world champion. Well, we saw that Valentin Parapintre, the winner of the Stage 2 Mont Ventoux, has abandoned the race. Pogacar has already hinted that he's probably not going to race until he's 35. And that's also the thing, you know, with somebody like Paul Sixas, if you're already a sensation when you're 18 and have to live as a pro, which they do when they're 17, 18 years young as a junior right now, they're already working with trainers, with coaches, with nutritionists, all these things. It's pretty hard to have a long career up until you're 35. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Tadej Pogacar retire at the age of 31.
No, longevity nowadays, especially at a young age, you come in, you're in that professional manner. Maybe gone are the days of really long careers, but also it can work both ways. That longevity, and you're looked after well with all the coaches, there's no reason it could last longer.
And I don't blame these riders, John, because the life of a pro cyclist has changed so much in the last 10, 15 years. And I did have a chat with about that with Gianluca Brambilla a couple of months ago, because of course he's been a pro for 15, 16 years, and he could tell me all about how that has changed. And one of the things that he said to me was how hard it already is when you're young. You don't have any time to play around anymore. You're coming straight from juniors, and when these guys are already 21 and they don't have a contract with a World Tour team, they already feel like, yeah, this is not going to happen anymore. There's so much pressure on them. It's not only about bike races, it's about your entire social life, it's about your nutrition, it's about being in this sport for 24 hours a day for years on end, maybe 1 or 2 weeks off the bike a year, but the days that you could have a month off in November, those are gone. You already start riding, doing your base rides at the end of November. It's a really, really hard thing, and all the mental strain that comes with it, with the crashes that we have, sadly, and the fatalities in that. We've read reports from riders who retired who mentioned that as one of the reasons that they retired, that it's becoming so dangerous now, and that all creeps under their skin. I think you should not underestimate how hard of a job being a pro cyclist is, and it's a dream of many, and I do understand that. But doing that day in, day out for 15 years in a row, that longevity that you talked about, it's no mean feat.
No, it's really difficult, and especially now with we know the benefits of altitude camps, heat training, everything that comes with it, but it's now the time that you have to spend away from home. You look at training camps, actually altitude camps before a Grand Tour. Yeah, some guys, sometimes you're away 6 weeks before the Grand Tour even starts. Then you're away for nearly 4 weeks for the Grand Tour. So yeah, it's a long time, especially with a family, young families, and
or dogs.
It's a very big sacrifice. Unless you could bring the dog up to altitude with you, if they're living in Andorra with you, then it's okay.
I did see that Tom Pidcock and his partner Bethany brought the 2 dogs to the Vuelta each and every day, and they were even part of that podium ceremony, which apparently was an idea from Tom Pidcock's mom. So it's a family affair these days. But another thing that Pogačar said, and I think it was even Tim Wellens who said it, if you're Tadej Pogačar going out on a training ride, going out anywhere, you're recognised everywhere, and sometimes he just trains in neutral kit. I remember in the Tour of Romandy where his partner Ushka Sigart did really well, and she was in the running to actually win that bike race. He trained in neutral kit because there were always people coming up to him asking for autographs, asking for selfies, and I'm not saying that we should pity Tadej Pogačar, not at all. It's a great lifestyle, and many pros say when they quit, like, yeah, it's been a privileged lifestyle to travel the world and yeah, do what you love as a job. But it comes with a lot of downsides on the mental side, and I think we should not underestimate that either. But back to the bike racing. We're on the Val d'Anvers yet again with Tadej Pogačar, and the gap is going out. He's still looking good. The gap is now 1:09. It has doubled in the last 15 kilometers. So really strange things should be happening right now, John, if this man is not going to be European champion.
Yeah, that group of chasing 4, Evenepoel, Scaroni, Sexas and Ayuso, really seem to have hit the wall as such. They're not working as well together as they were straight away. And we just got a little glimpse of Evenepoel making a move. But of course, on the side of the road, a mini Poggy fan cheering on his hero coming past. Yeah, we talk about how amazing. Sometimes this sport, you take it for granted as a fan, and as a rider, how close the fans can get, and how it's amazing actually. You just come up and watch a climb, and you see, the best riders in the world, some of the greatest of all time, just ride past you when you.
Yeah, you can hear them, you can smell them.
Yeah, it's it's amazing.
I wonder if we have stats in major championships, major one-day races, how much time Tadej Pogačar spent off the front riding solo. Because it must amount to quite a few kilometres. Whether it's 100 kilometres solo last year in Zurich, whether it's, what was it in Rwanda? Also 100 kilometres when he attacked. You always start to believe that this man doesn't like riding in groups anymore. But this is the ultimate way how you can That's not the way that you spell success. Did you see that banner?
No, I missed it.
You can imagine what they made of his name. Just use your imagination.
Some fans now sticking stuff on the back of Pikachu.
This is weird.
Leaflets or something. Yeah, it's. I just talked about how amazing it was, and then there's people who then ruin it for you. So
this is what they put under your windshield wiper sometimes when you return to your car on the parking.
Yeah, what a waste of time.
Don't do this, people. This is stupid.
Pogacar into the wiser, settling into his rhythm. Shoulders are going though, aren't they, on Tadej?
Talking about leaflets, I did get a question from people about the mix of sponsors on these kits. That is, of course, always a big discussion whether for national kits. For example, the Federation of Belgium has got AG Insurance as one of their sponsors, just like EY, the accountancy firm. But of course, Soudal Quickstep also want a piece of the action. So there's allocated pieces on bibs, for example. They always have their own helmets, they have their own bikes, of course, but there's always allocated parts on the jerseys where, yeah, you can have a little bit of advertisement for your own team. And for example, when it comes to getting a World Championships jersey, European National Championships jersey, sometimes team managers are not really that happy with having all these distinctive jerseys. I know that SD Works Pro Time, for example, the women's team, they've got champions, they've got European champions, world champions, or in the past they did. And it diminishes the space that you actually have for the sponsors who, for 95% of the time, of the budget, pay you. So team management or financial managers are not always happy with national kit. And the very small room of team sponsorship that you have on the national kit. But mostly on the national kit, it's federation sponsors. And in the case of the Belgian team, you have the weird situation that Remco Evenepoel's got Lotto on his sleeve. But we have a situation now. Here. Yeah,
the frustration now of Evenepoel. He is trying to make this group ride together, but I think everyone is on the limit. Scaroni, of course, and Sexas, but you saw him turn around at the top of the climb, wave his hand. Yeah, it's almost accepting defeat, but that frustration now from Evenepoel. He just wants to try and give himself a chance of winning this race, but it's slowly slipping away. And there's a big battle going on for silver medal, and Evenepoel's just going to put them even more in the hurt locker, I think.
We still have 2 times up this climb, and if Remco Evenepoel wants that silver medal, and it looks like that is the highest possible medal that he can actually get, he will have to get rid of Ayuso, Sexas and Scaroni, who's just sitting on that 4th wheel, but he can become rather dangerous, the Italian rider. And there goes Evenepoel, trying to get the frustration out of the legs and get rid of the passengers that he had on this group. Because, yeah, the Belgian rider's been doing most of the work at the front, and they're not going to take away that silver medal for him. That is an absolute fact for Remco Evenepoel. He doesn't want to ride with 3 more passengers, John. He just wants to, yeah, get that silver medal. And would he, with 38 kilometres, dream of potentially even making it across to Pogačar, or is that idle hope?
Yeah, maybe some hope, but I think he just needed to do it. We saw the frustration when he came over the climb. He's obviously got the legs now. He didn't have the legs to answer Pogačar straight away, and he's been the strongest in this chase group from the very beginning. And yeah, why not? You go full gas. You don't need to take these riders to the line. And already the gap was 1 minute 30. He took 10 seconds out of Pogačar really quickly. So is it now? Is it Pogačar, yeah, and against that world road race champ against the world time trial champion?
Yeah, you saw he's trying to get Scaroni to work along, Paul Sixas to work along. And of course, we've seen, John, that Remco is the far superior descender of those 4. So let's just take a little bit of a head start here on the descent and see how far he can get. We still have 38 kilometres. Even somebody like Tadej Pogačar can have a bad moment. Never give up hope. Yeah, John, we saw the frustration in that group of 4 with Evenepoel, with Ayuso, Sixas and Scaroni. And Evenepoel just decided on the final few hundred metres of the Fort d'Anvers to take matters into his own hands.
Yeah, and he goes, he makes that move. Perfectly timed over the top, and he opened that gap up really quickly. And of course, that increased on the descent. Still around 10 seconds. Evenepoel is in front of the chasing 3 riders, but now 1 minute 10 down on Pogačar out front. But this is one point which would completely, he's going to turn, Evenepoel's going to turn around, and the frustration will be even worse now, because he's going to turn around and see the 3 riders suddenly working really well together. When Evenepoel's there, they weren't working well together. So yeah, at this point, it'll be interesting to hear what instructions are coming out of the Italian team car as well. If they want silver, they need to bring back Evenepoel, but if they want a chance at gold, it's this man they need to catch. Now, coming up to 2 laps to go. Tadej Pogačar, 1 minute 7 seconds in front of the chasing Remco Evenepoel. The world champion settled in. But now it's the world road race champion being chased by the world time trial champion. You'll get that time check. And both riders across the line. 2 laps to go now for Tadej Pogačar. Already over 4 hours of racing in the legs. Now it's down to this man, Remco Evenepoel, who chases on behind. almost feels closer than the time check we had before, with already over 30 seconds. He has dispatched well of that, of Ayuso Scaroni.
Now it's time to get into... Yeah. It's now time to get into time trial mode for him,
sure
and focus completely on these last 2 laps. We've still got 17 kilometres, 2 times 17 kilometres, 2 laps of 17 kilometres, I should say it in the right way, to go. He's not really making a lot of ground on the 3 chasers, but it's about 20-25 seconds at the moment for him.
I saw Evenepoel did have the legs, didn't he? He went over that climb in a really good way the first time. You can see behind the Belgian team car desperately trying to get up to Evenepoel. Just moved up, and they will make Serge Pels in the driver's seat there, make his way around the chasing 3 riders, get to Evenepoel, give him some encouragement.
Give him the information, because of course we don't have any radios here. Beautiful view here of the Mont d'Ardèche, the mountains of the Ardèche. Race finish is, as Antoine Berlin looks to have crashed as well.
Looking for the for the bus or the showers. Yeah.
We are racing. We have the finish in the town called Guérin-Grange. That is the Finnish town of the Faun Ardèche Classic, and has been for years. The reason is that the Faun company, which is a waste disposal company, is located here in the town of Guérin-Grange. It's a suburb of Valence, basically, one of the biggest cities in the region. It's the capital city of the department of Drôme. 65,000 inhabitants here. And this is a good view of these pit boxes. Each and every country has one. I don't know if, just like in cyclocross, it's a little bit of a fight who gets to have the first pit box.
No, they're normally designated by the organizer, actually. It normally goes off UCI rankings, and they put them in the right place. And, I do think there's a few signs being swapped, though, if a team member gets there first. But it's normally set. And, of course, the soigneurs are spread out as well, so they don't just stand right in their zone, giving the riders more chance.
At this point, it's bottles and it's gels. We saw that Remco Evenepoel got a bottle with a gel. Another interesting thing is that, for example, the Belgian Federation, as is the Dutch, are sponsored by the nutrition brand called Amax, while the team that Remco Evenepoel races for, Soudal Quickstep, I think they are on Ethics. So even on a day like this, riding for the National Federation, you might get different gels and different drinks, although, you know, we don't know what's in the bottles, and stomachs can be rather sensitive to these drinks, these carbs drinks. So there might just be his normal brand in one of the bottles with the sponsor label of Amex. But that kind of turns back to, you've got federation sponsors, you've got team sponsors, and all of these things are kind of mixed together in this race.
I think the most important thing really is getting the best performance out of the riders. So, ideally you want to try and stay and use the products you're used to for the whole season. If you start mixing it up, of course, stomachs, just a bit sensitive sometimes, especially when it's something new.
One minute 8 at the moment for Remco Evenepoel. So he has made up a little bit of ground on Pogačar. There is Serge Pauwels, and there is another bottle. Phil Lowe, the press officer for the Soudal Quickstep team, just informs me that the team is on the 6D brand. So a little bit of a shout out to them as well. What do you think about the golden bike?
Ah, it's beautiful. Honestly, like, when I was younger, I remember when I first started racing, it was Paolo Bettini was Olympic champ. And it was so, like, gold touches, and then, of course, Sammy Sanchez for years with the gold touches, and like gold cities. Yeah, it's so cool. It's, I think it's one of the best ones, actually. You don't get a jersey for the Olympics, but I think 4 years of all the gold helmet, gold bike, and gold little point. It's really cool.
Ilia Viviani used to have all gold on the track as well.
Yeah,
it was complete bling overdoses. Viviani, by the way, is according to Daniel Benson, as we have Thomas Vuclair hanging outside of the window. I think it was about tranquilité, stay relaxed.
Yeah, and it's not your responsibility to chase, basically.
No.
He's saying it's not your responsibility. So, yeah, which is exactly right. At this point now, his best hope is a bronze medal. So how do you do that, and how do you deliver that? Success, exactly. As Vokla says, you stay calm, and it's not your responsibility to chase.
Here we are again on the Val d'Anvers climb. Now this is that very short Montée de Coste Belle, just the 300-meter climb that we have. Small gear here for Tadej Pogačar. Crazy scenes there on the Val d'Anvers. The last time around we saw the riders having to get through a wall of people on that climb, and I always wonder, from a rider perspective, you just hope, you know, that sea of people just opens up, just like the Red Sea did for Moses, but you cannot be sure. You know, there's people standing right in front of you, and you just hope that they're taking a step to the side. But I think it's quite daunting as a rider to ride through that many people.
Yeah, it feels amazing, but there's you really have to trust the fans that they'll get out of the way. Interestingly, we talked about race communication, not being able to have race radios in Euros and World Championships. Just saw a glimpse of a French team member at the side of the road with a big whiteboard giving time checks or instructions. So if we get a glimpse, it was just at the start of that last climb. So maybe when Evenepoel comes through, all the chasing group of Sexas, Scaroni and Ayuso, we might be able to see that. But that is one way the teams are able to communicate their race plans, they're able to communicate race gaps, race situations, and that's the way you do it. It's not a surprise you don't have race radio, so you learn to adapt and make a better plan to help the riders.
Here's Remco Evenepoel on the Montée de Coste Belle. He got a few seconds back on Pogačar with his initial attack just before the top of Val d'Anvers, and then on the descent. I think a very crucial moment will be the next time up the Val d'Anvers climb, that 2 kilometer 9% average steep wall.
We will see now on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, the French staff member should just be coming. There he is on the right there with a whiteboard, and that was just exactly what Vokla has made the conversations. But that's what you need to do. You have staff members all over the course, scattered in different places, and of course no communication between the riders and the team car, but communication between staff members is allowed. So you can put messages or race plans or tactics that need to be changed on those boards.
Well, Thomas Vuclair just told Paul Sixas that this chase is not his responsibility. But you're 19 and you're eager, and why not try it? One of the hardest things in modern cycling, I find, John, that even these young guys already have to stick to a plan. You don't see them play around. You don't see them, you know, try, attack, hit a brick wall and try again next time. Everything's so measured and planned these days. Even when you're just 19, like Paul Sixas, in the early days, even with Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel, they just followed their heart. You know, they rode a gutsy ride, but nowadays everything's so measured and planned, and just.
You know, in a way, yes and no. I think Sexas. I think if you watch Tour de l'Avenir, like I watched it, and he raced with his heart in some way, because there's some attacks that were yeah, not perfectly timed, but that's exactly where you need to learn and race. And there's a lot to be said, actually, of the best riders in the world, actually, are the ones that can read a race. They're open to making mistakes, and everyone now trains really hard and goes into the science of it, but it's putting yourself in the race and being brave makes such a difference. And that's exactly like you see the difference in Pogacar. We talk about those early attacks, but he's brave, he's able to do it, and yeah, the one way of doing it is getting in front of him and trying to be even braver and make him chase you.
But what I was trying to say a little bit before we saw Thomas Veuclair getting involved in all sorts of discussions with Paul Texas, is the next time up the Val d'Anvers is going to be absolutely crucial for Remco Evenepoel. Can he approach Tadej Pogacar a little bit more? The gap is inside the minute as we speak. 26 kilometers to go. This man has been on the attack for 50 kilometers already. A very important test comes up the next time up the Val d'Anvers, and that will be for Pogacar in about 1.5 kilometers. He's even got a golden saddle. I never even noticed that before, but even the saddle itself is golden.
Golden soles on the shoes. I think it's one of my favourite things, though, the accessories that you can have.
Oh, and a golden Garmin even. Wow. Talking about golden, Ilia Viviani went full gold after his Olympic Omnium title. When it comes to Viviani, he's now on his last road races. He's with Lotto, of course. According to Daniel Benson, we'll be lining up for the World Championships in Chile, I think they are, next month. Maybe do a few 6 days, but then the career of the fantastic Ilia Viviani will be over. His road career, at least. The working style that we see, you know, the shoulders and the entire body working on these steeper gradients kind of indicates how steep this climb is. We're talking double digits at this point, and we can see it because he's almost all the way to the smallest gear. He's got one left.
Yeah, really working hard. Scaroni just misses the gel. That gap for the three riders, Evenepoel has opened 1 minute very quickly. Those three now look in a battle for bronze. Still 1 minute, the gap from Pogacar to Evenepoel. The penultimate time up this climb.
These people are having an absolute wonderful day here. Bienvenue en Anvers. That means welcome to hell, because that is, of course, the name of this climb. Val d'Anvers, the Valley of Hell. And somebody made a lovely little pancarte, as the French call it. It's become rather famous with... was it Julien Alaphilippe stealing that cardboard sign on the side of the road this year in the Tour de France?
Yeah.
Since that moment I learned a new French word, and that is pancarte, which is basically the word for that cardboard sign.
One of the best ways of keeping you warm, though, if you put something down the front of your jersey. It's
New jersey, a newspaper.
Honestly,
but nobody reads newspapers anymore. Although, albeit not on paper, digitally, of course. But putting an iPad down your shirt is probably not really the same kind of feeling as a paper in the old days.
It's amazing how much difference it makes, though, just keeping the wind off your chest. Scaroni seems to come in a little bit more back to life. He's been struggling at first, wasn't he? I guess in a way, this group of three have slowed down a bit.
Told you he was a dangerous guy.
He is.
He's responsible, yeah, especially at the start of the season, John, when XDS Astana were on a really big raid to get points and stay in the World Tour rather successfully. So Scaroni was always up there in all the early season races, picking up the points. And for now, I wouldn't be able to tell you who's going to get that bronze medal. Each of these three, Ayuso, Scaroni, and Paul Sixas, could easily get it. But sadly for Remco Evenepoel, he hasn't made any progress on getting any closer to Tadej Pogačar at the moment. Please, man, get off the road with your phone. No, it's still about a minute, and that means that Remco Evenepoel is not getting any closer to Tadej Pogačar. He did make up a little bit of ground with that attack, leaving Ayuso, Seixas and Scaroni behind, but he's now stuck on that minute mark as we speak. Up to the penultimate time on the Val d'Anvers. Through that sea of people, that must be, yeah, you've been through that. I've never been on a bike. I've been on a bike, I've never been in a race. That's better for everybody, but yeah, I can imagine that. Maybe not if you're just in the thick of the action, you're trying to fight for the medals, but for those people behind him, lovely. That must be such a special moment. I saw one of the clips of one of the Rwandan riders up the Mur de Kigali, you know, where Pogačar attacked and got his winning attack in. And that must be a moment of a lifetime for that rider.
Yeah, and for sure, it's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. I wasn't the best climber, so I got to enjoy it in the Gruppetto, which is probably more fun than most of the riders when you're out racing and the fans are in your way. But what? It's a really good thing about the circuit, isn't it? I think when you do multiple laps on multiple climbs, you get to see them over and over again, and that really brings the fans to one place where they can see their heroes race by.
Yeah, and it's going to be more and more common because organising a bike race from point A to point B, with all the traffic furniture, all the regulations, and just, yeah, regions getting more populated, more buildings, more everything, it's getting more difficult. So we will see more and more circuit races like this one in the future, and the real classics from A to B will become quite a rare sight to see, sadly.
Yeah, I always do like a finishing circuit, though. I think
I do.
They're also really nice when you're racing them. If you're looking for a result, you get 2 or 3 or 4 chances to look at the finish before you need to sprint. So, yeah, it makes a really big difference performance-wise and everything. I really think, yeah, there's no real excuse to be caught out by anything.
Look at how big of a gear Tadej Pogačar is on, even on the descent here. He's not 100% sure himself either. He needs to keep on pushing for the next 21 kilometers. It's absolutely not the time just yet for Pogačar to sit back, take in the wonderful view there on the Rhône and on Valence. And no, he still has to fight another 20 kilometers. Evenepoel is also on the roster for next Saturday's Il Lombardia. So we get a third rematch there between him and Pogačar. So maybe third times is a charm for Remco Evenepoel. He's got a record to set also in Lombardia. And you must admire this guy as well. You know, in December, he got hit by a postal van. We started all the way at the top of the broadcast, John. It seems like 20 days ago, but we talked about Postman Cheval with the rather wonderful palace in Haute-Rive, and Postman Pat and his cat. But there's also bad postman, because the B-Post van opened his door and slammed into Remco Evenepoel, and that cost him quite a lot of time. He came back in Brabantse Pijl, La Flèche Brabançon, won it, then dropped out of the Tour de France illness. And if you look at through the career of Remco Evenepoel, he has been through quite a few nasty crashes. And Lombardia, that one where he ended up down the side of the road, was one of the early ones in his career. But he's shown so much resilience in coming back from crashes. And in that respect, you said you're 25 years young. That is also a really difficult mental side of being a pro cyclist. And I do admire Remco Evenepoel for his mental resilience. And of course, it takes a whole village. It takes his amazing partner. It takes his team, his friends. But this year has been a particularly hard year for Remco Evenepoel as well, you know, with that crash in December.
Yeah, it's a lot of sacrifices, all for these riders. And of course, when you start scratching the surface of any rider, actually, it's all about how you can bounce back from injuries or illness and keep fighting. And it's the amount of stories that come through of comebacks and results, and sometimes that lesson or that hard times really makes those good times even sweeter.
Most definitely. But I do wonder, John, if Remco Evenepoel considers another silver medal a sweet moment. He is too much of an athlete, of a superstar, of a champion to not be happy with silver. And we saw that frustration last week, of course, in Rwanda. We saw that frustration with the cooperation in this group as well. And he gets a lot of flack for that, you know, for being emotional. But he's a superstar. This is what he does. He is a pro athlete. He's a pro cyclist. And not a robot. There's emotions involved, and he's not afraid to show them. Wow, did you see that image of how steep that descent actually is? Fantastic. I wonder how far back the rest of the field is, because at this point, John, we only see 5 riders. We see Tadej Pogačar, we see Remco Evenepoel, who's about 1 minute and 10 back, and then that group with Ayuso, Sexas and Scaroni, who is about 2 minutes behind Remco Evenepoel at this point. I have no idea where and if there are even other riders left in the race at this point.
No, with 18 kilometres to go, Pogačar, of course, then Evenepoel, and at the moment only those 3 chasers of Scaroni and Sexas and Ayuso. But we just saw a glimpse, a little replay of Evenepoel. I think he was asking what the time gap was to the chasers behind. I think he keeps getting time checks to this man out front, Tadej Pogačar, but he wants to know how far that group are behind him, and are they chasing hard.
Well, if we look at the list at the moment of riders who have a DNF, I think we're at about, a quick count, 60 riders. So that means that there would be about 30 riders left in the race. Of course, on a circuit race, you cannot be an indefinite amount of time behind the leaders, because otherwise you'll get lapped. So you will be taken out a little bit earlier than maybe you would normally be. But we are starting the final lap now after 185 kilometers of racing and a solo of Tadej Pogačar, which is at the moment already 60 kilometers in. Remco Evenepoel at 1 minute and a little bit, and then the other riders, the 3 riders who are fighting for the remaining bronze medal. It would be nice if we had a little bit of a glimpse what's happening behind those 3 riders. How far back are they? Which other riders are even in contention for the top 10? Because it does come with points and prestige. but everything's so far apart. Just like we saw yesterday in the women's race, the gaps are really big that we don't get any images whatsoever of the other riders in the race.
Two of the greatest riders of our time. Man versus man now. Pogačar out front leading with 1 minute to Evenepoel. And then behind that, these three look set to battle it out for the bronze medal. Ayuso, Sexas and Scaroni. Sexas. Be a nice finish for the 19-year-old, obviously in France. Born pretty close as well, not too far away from Lyon. So surely a lot of fans, home, family and friends out to support him. These three now, it would be interesting when they come across the line to see that gap is really, it's just completely stretched out to Evenepoel now. To really think about how well Evenepoel actually was keeping these riders moving when they were a group of four. On the other side of the road.
A little wave between our leader Pogačar and these three riders who are fighting for bronze. I got a lovely little solution on the European and World Championship conundrum. Albie, who's watching, he's 13. He thinks that Pogačar will wear both his Worlds and European jerseys at the same time. Like one day he can choose the European jersey and the other day he can choose the World jersey. Well, Albie, you cannot do that in a race, but Pogačar could do that in training if he wants to. But I do wonder if the UAE team members are going to make him a full European kit as well. Potentially, if he doesn't become world champion next year in Montreal on the 27th of September, there is 1 week in which Tadej Pogačar could wear the European champions jersey until we have the Europeans in Ljubljana on the 4th of October. But sadly, Albie, he cannot wear them at the same time. That's not allowed. Would be a nice solution, though. I love the paint job there on his helmet, a custom paint job for Tadej Pogačar. And his rather expensive watch, of course, that he wears in the races. The gap is hovering around the minute mark. And John, I wonder, Evenepoel was towing along these other three riders. He did most of the work in that group with Ayuso, with Scaroni and with Paul Sixas. Should he have left them behind a little bit earlier?
Maybe, but I think at that point they'd all done a full gas effort when Pogačar attacked. So it's that bit of time. It's amazing how much recovery you can have just using a few riders, 2 or 3 riders. You follow the wheel a bit more, and everyone was on their limit at that point until when that group of 4 really came together who were chasing Pogačar. They held it well at the 30-second mark, but then as soon as it went out a bit further, and you could see, maybe if Evenepoel went a bit early, but it's all about having those energy levels where he can use them. And I think he did the right thing. He tried to keep that group and working well together, keeping them moving. But now at this point he had to go solo. The frustration was there, and he's he's matched Pogacar's effort completely.
Yeah.
The gap has stayed at 1 minute. He hasn't made an inroads in it, but he hasn't lost any time at all. But of course, this group of three, they've lost nearly 2 minutes 20 to Evenepoel.
In 25 kilometres.
In 25 kilometres. So, yeah, two strongest riders in the race by far, Pogacar and Evenepoel.
As expected. Although, of course, there was a lot of hype before the race about Jonas Vingegaard and these three riders riding together. But sadly, we already saw Jonas Vingegaard, the winner of the Vuelta, in trouble at 105 kilometres from the line, even before Tadej Pogacar and Remco Evenepoel launched their decisive attack. And also João Almeida, the runner-up in that same Vuelta, was dropped rather early on. So, yeah, in the end, the two strongest riders were Pogacar and Remco Evenepoel. One more time up the Val d'Anvers. Will one of these three riders put on an attack right there? Paul Sixas for France, Christian Scaroni for Italy, and Juan Ayuso for Spain. At this point, my money is on this man for bronze.
I think if they come all together in a group of three, then yeah, I think Scaroni would be the fastest there. But I'm hoping for a Paul Sixas attack.
Yeah, for the French.
That final climb. I think the conversation really is coming from the Italian DS more to Ayuso than Scaroni there. So they would just, I think that would be two riders chasing this group of three is the message really being sent. So there's two behind. I don't know the time gap exactly, but it was definitely
a lot.
Yeah, but it was more worrying about the riders behind coming across these three. We haven't got much glimpse of it, so not too sure what the gap could be, but if it could be 30, 40 seconds, then you never know on this climb.
And then all of a sudden they're there, you know, that you least expect it. I think the riders who must still be in that group are the riders that we saw at the front initially, somebody like Prudhomme, somebody like Romain Grégoire. Skuin should still be in the race, Jan Christen probably, Marco Frigo, Garofoli, the Italian. I think those are the kind of riders, Mats Wenzel, who possibly are still out in the race, but we have no idea.
We haven't seen
Skelmoser, of course.
We haven't seen Skelmoser much. So.
Junior Le Serre, some Belgian riders probably still out there. An interesting question that I had, I was looking at Tadej Pogacar's bike, and when we saw an image of the pit lane from the Slovenian team, we saw that his rainbow bike, his white Colnago, was in the pit lane. He's racing a black bike there, and could it be a weight issue, you know, remove all the paint and save 20 grams?
Yeah, usually.
Because his rainbow bike is in the pits.
Yeah, usually that's the reason. It's a lighter bike, especially when you see the black. It's 20 grams, maybe 15 grams. But yeah, that makes all the difference. Even if it's just placebo, it makes a big difference to feel like you're on a lighter bike and a more responsive bike. Discards the bottle to the fans at the side of the road.
The ultimate souvenir, of course, if you are a fan of bike riding. Not taking all the risks anymore is Remco Evenepoel, and of course he shouldn't. He's got one very important race left on the calendar, and that's next Saturday, Il Lombardia. And then the road season is slowly getting to an end. We have, of course, still got Guangxi, which, according to the Secret Pro on Escape Cycling, is being considered a punishment in the peloton. If the team manager doesn't like you, the Secret Pro wrote, you're being Guangxi'd at the end of the season, being sent off to China for that 6-day stage race. But this year, with the big fight for points in the promotion relegation battle, there's very important points for the likes of Cofidis, for example, who are going to be in Guangxi, and UNOX, who are not. So this year it's going to be a little bit more important than last year. We still have the Tour of Holland going on. The Gravel World Championships are on next Sunday as well in Maastricht in the Netherlands. Going to be very exciting. There's going to be quite a few road stars as well, including the likes of Tom Pidcock, who is going to do Lombardia on Saturday and Gravel Worlds on Sunday. Wonder if he rents a private plane to fly over to the Netherlands to achieve that feat. But also the likes of Connor Swift, for example, I think is going to be there. Yeah, the arrow. Yeah, if you are a member of the Slovenian Federation, you quite often have a champagne party with the likes of Tadej Pogačar, and they have a new star already in the making, despite the fact that this man is, what is he, 27? Jakob Ommerstel is already coming. He is also a very exciting young prospect of the Slovenian school, and it's a country where they have, what, 3.5 million inhabitants? Hotbed of cycling. One last thing about the Black Colnago. Leon van Bon, former Dutch national champion, Tour de France stage winner, and photographer and expert when it comes to bikes, says it can save up to 200 grams even, the paint job, on a bike like this.
Which is a lot. Which is 200 grams isn't just a little bit of an advantage. So this is why it's, you see those, especially at the Olympics mainly, you really see all those plain bikes, those completely drawn out with no paint job bikes. Normally just a one-off for the day, because obviously they start to deteriorate very quickly when they don't have the lacquer on.
Really? I got a little bit of an update of other riders actually left in the bike race. 17 riders are left in this European Championships. Thanks to Lucas Knuffler, who sent me this. Pogačar, obviously, our leader. Remco Evenepoel in silver medal position. These three riders are fighting for gold, for bronze. Paul Sixas, Cristian Scaroni, Juan Ayuso. 1.5 minutes behind Ayuso, Sixas and Scaroni are Skelmose and Squinch. So racing in 6th and 7th position are Skelmose and Squinch. Then about 20 seconds behind, Sivakov and Garofoli. Frigo and Grégoire are together. Prudhomme, Benoot, Aurélien Parapintre, Louis Vervaeke and Großschartner. And the last man in the race at the moment at 8 minutes 40 seconds behind Pogačar is Mats Wenzel, the only remaining rider of the original breakaway of 15. 17 riders left in this European Championship. Wow. Ah, lovely.
What a catch.
What a catch. Final time up the Valley of Hell, the Val d'Anvers. For Pogačar, for Remco Evenepoel. The gap has been hovering about that, around that minute mark for the last 2 laps. They are evenly matched, apart from that one moment that Tadej Pogačar was a lot stronger. But like you said, John, I don't think there's a lot that Remco Evenepoel could have done differently. He had the team, they had strength in numbers, the team made the race, they isolated Pogačar. But yeah, there was that one decisive attack that we've seen so often from the man from Slovenia that nobody has an answer to yet.
No, that was it. So I think Evenepoel and the Belgian team, they did a much improved job from the World Championships, you have to say. But Pogačar, yeah, was just a level above on that climb. And Evenepoel has been able to hold him at that 1 minute mark ever since. So it's as you said, 17 riders left in the race. A brutal European Championships. And, brutal in the parkour, but also made brutal by this man, Tadej Pogačar.
There was a time 2 years in women's cycling where Annemiek van Vleuten was absolutely unparalleled when it came to Grand Tour racing. And what happened in women's cycling was that more people stepped up. We had more riders, young riders coming through, the likes of Demi Vollering, for example, and they stepped up Annemiek van Vleuten stayed at her level, but others matched that level. And we've got a lot of young riders in the peloton at the moment, not in the least his teammate Isaac Del Toro, who of course naturally cannot race the European Championships, but also the likes of Remco Evenepoel, especially next year, new team, new trainers. He's going to work with Dan Bigham. I doubt whether Remco Evenepoel can get even more aero on a time trial bike than he already is, but he's going to work with the absolutely specialist in aerodynamics, and new trainers, new nutritionists, new specializations. And there are young riders who are going to step up. Paul Sexas, he's just 19. He turned 19 10 days ago. He can already do this. This is not forever. So instead of me, I'm just telling you about myself. It's like, okay, we got another Pogacar win. No, we can enjoy another Pogacar win. This man, when we look back, will be an absolute hero in our sport. He will be on the same level as Eddy Merckx, as Fausto Coppi, and all these big names, Bernard Hinault, and all these big names that we had in the past. And we can actually enjoy what he's doing right now. But there will be young guys coming up right now who are going to rival him in the near future. This year was an exceptional year for Tadej Pogacar, but there are young guys coming up through the ranks that will challenge him next year or the year after. I'm absolutely convinced, because they have a target to look up to and a target to work towards.
Yeah, and the target is probably the highest it's ever going to be. So if you're able to match it or even get close, you're going to have a lot of success. But like we said, Evenepoel, man on the move next year. Maybe that change will bring even more out of Evenepoel, and that's exactly what Red Bull will be hoping.
And don't forget that Remco Evenepoel had a rough start to the season. He didn't have the typical winter to prepare for everything. His Tour de France didn't go to plan. He's not had a smooth sailing through this year. If everything goes to plan next year, he has got an excellent winter to prepare. But the same goes for, I didn't even mention Juan Ayuso. You know, he's stepping up to a new team as well. Paul Sexas is an absolute sensation. There's more riders coming through the ranks. We saw it in the junior and in the under-23 ranks.
Here we go. Ayuso just struggling on Sexas's wheel.
You do hope for the French that at least they're coming away with a medal. But the man from Italy, he's always crafty. He is approaching Paul Sexas. Juan Ayuso is empty. That's over. Juan Ayuso, that's over. It's going to be between Paul Sexas and Cristian Scaroni when it comes to the bronze medal. And you do hope that the young man, that the man from France in front of his home crowd, gets it, do you?
Yeah, you really do. Through this point now, Sexas just needs to keep the pressure on the pedals. Scaroni's made a move to come across. He just needs to keep inflicting the pain on Scaroni, and hopefully he can distance him. Sexas's best chance is to go here, distance Scaroni, and ride solo to bronze. If he takes Scaroni to the line, he'd likely lose in a sprint. That gap slowly eking out. Sexas takes a look round. Another little acceleration.
He really tries everything, and of course, he gets the encouragements from all the French fans. And like you said, he grew up not that far from here, and a lot of his friends and family and everybody who is equally excited about this man, about this 19-year-old Paul Sexas, is cheering him on. But Cristian Scaroni is one tough cookie trying to stay onto the wheel of the man. There is that sign again. Read it for yourself. I'm not going to read it aloud on commentary. It's quite creative, that's true. Oh, it's going to be so hard.
He's slowly gapping him. See Scaroni out of the saddle now. Scaroni's able to accelerate and slow down, accelerate out of the saddle, but is that gap going to open up? It slowly is. Sexas just needs to commit now. He goes all the way to the top.
Everybody with a French passport, and probably some more, are cheering on for this young man. But Scaroni, he's absolutely not giving up. Don't rule him out just yet. We're almost at the top of the climb here at the Val d'Anvers. Oh, he's getting away. He's getting away from Scaroni, but we have that descent, and we saw on the descent before, John, that they are quite evenly matched. So it could come down to a sprint, because Scaroni is getting closer to Sixas yet again.
You know, of course, we talk about Scaroni. Yeah, from experience looking at results, we'd say Scaroni is the fastest. Of course, 19-year-old Paul Sexas, how many times have we actually seen him sprint in a one-on-one sprint? So
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't know yet, and how punchy or how fast he is in that sprint. So still, that battle for bronze goes on.
His big rival in the Tour de l'Avenir, Jarno Vidar, won the under-23 European title yesterday. They will go head-to-head next year, because Vidar is stepping up. He wants to do a Grand Tour next year. But Paul Sexas is already a step ahead of Jarno Vidar, in my opinion. This is really, really passionate racing. You see all the French flags there for the man, for France, Paul Sexas, the 19-year-old. But look at Scaroni. Well, we can't see his teeth, John, but he's probably gritting them at the moment to try to get to that rear wheel. This is the top of the climb, and now we only have the descent left to go. Paul Sexas is giving everything in that final 6 kilometers to try and get rid of Scaroni. We still have Tadej Pogačar and Remco Evenepoel at the front, but the battle is for bronze at the moment, and it's an exciting one.
It really is. The battle for bronze is on. This man slowly checking the kilometers away on his way to that European title.
It was a nice little grin / grimace there from Tadej Pogačar, the world champion 2 times in a row already. And this man, well, he has to wait another year for that one missing title. He's an Olympic champion twice, time trial road race, world time trial and road race champion, national of course in Belgium, and a European time trial champion. He had it in the bag, but he has to wait maybe next year, John, to beat Tadej Pogačar on his home roads in Slovenia. That would be a nice turn of events for Remco Evenepoel. But this battle for bronze.
On the right, the fans are telling Scaroni to slow down. They're not telling him to speed up. Slow down.
Well, this is an Italian fan. This is an Italian fan.
Just
5 kilometers
to go.
What a great little battle we have here between Paul Sexas and Christian Scaroni for the bronze medal. That is Guérin-Grange. That is Valence there on the plains of the Rhone Valley. And he is moving away from Scaroni ever so slightly, Paul Sexas.
He's done what he needed to do. Sexas needed to make that move on the climb, and that's exactly what the 19-year-old has done. He's opened up that gap. Now it's all about who can descend the fastest and hold this effort. Scaroni has given everything to try and stay with the young 19-year-old.
Oh, look at that headwind. But it doesn't really matter anymore for Pogačar. He knows it's in the bag. This is the Flamme Rouge for the man from Slovenia. He's already had that contact with the team management in the car. He knows that the gap is substantial. It's a minute, and he can now enjoy that final kilometre onto the finish line here in Guérin-Grange to get his first European title. He's going to be the first Slovenian to get a European title. Yeah. Little fist in the air there for Tadej Pogačar. And like I said, you know, he is the top favourite. We all expected this to happen, but we can also enjoy this moment, this unique moment in time that we get to enjoy a champion like him. But there's a lot of planning going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of young guys already thinking, a lot of teams already thinking for next season, what are we going to do? The Sound of Music has a song, How Do We Solve a Problem Like Maria? Well, I know that a lot of teams have a song, How Do We Solve a Problem Like Today? Next year, there will be more challenges for this man from Slovenia. But this year, it's unchallenged. He is the world champion. He's the Tour de France champion. He's the European champion. He is a phenomenon. And his name is Tadej Pogačar. Well done. Bravo. A 75-kilometer solo today for the man from Slovenia. Pokey tufts and all. But I'm excited about next year and about new riders, up-and-coming riders, about this man on a new team. But it's another silver medal for Remco Evenepoel, just like last week in Kigali, in Rwanda. He's 2 years younger than Tadej Pogačar. And we will have new battles between these two next year. And even next week, John, in Il Lombardia, they will be going head-to-head again.
Yeah, straight back to it. What a day. All their teammates celebrating with Pogačar. But still waiting to see who will pick up that bronze medal. Paul Sexas or Christian Scaroni.
His fiancée Ushka, who raced yesterday. And like you said, you're away from home so often. So Pogačar said, yeah, these races where I can travel to the race with Ushka, like the World and like the European Championships, are the moments that I cherish. Ushka, by the way, was 11th yesterday in the women's road race. But let's take us right now to the battle between Paul Sexas and Christian Scaroni. We want to see who takes the bronze medal. There we have it. He is almost in that Flamme Rouge. He's almost at that Flamme Rouge, is Paul Sexas. There is a headwind, of course. He needs to dip his head down. He needs to be as aerodynamic as he possibly can. Can we see an overhead shot? Can we see where Scaroni is? Does this young man have that bronze medal in the bag? He was the youngest to finish the race last week in Rwanda, which was already a rather impressive feat because it was one of the hardest races in recent years. And if we continue another 2 years with that race in the French Alps over the Côte de Domancy, we know that this man will be a contender there.
Yeah, this is everything now. He doesn't need to look behind, just needs to give everything all the way to the finish line, fight that headwind. Takes another look over the shoulder. This is a point, no race radios, no time checks, you just need to look over your shoulder and see if you can see Scaroni chasing you. Sexas, the 19-year-old, look at the moment, looks set to hold on and take bronze medal.
It looks like he has got it. He's still glancing over his shoulder a little bit, but the French do get to have a rider on the podium, and it's their biggest sensation. That was, yeah, Paul Sexation. Never mind. The big sensation from French cycling, and they've got quite a few young guys still up there. But I'm happy for this man, for Paul Sexas, that he gets the bronze medal, that he gets to go onto the podium with two absolute legends of the sport, with Remco Evenepoel and, of course, with Tadej Pogačar. And he's equally happy with it, John. He's equally happy with getting that bronze medal. He was part of it. He's 19 years. He just turned 19 10 days ago. I cannot repeat it enough how phenomenal this young man is. He gets the bronze medal. He celebrates it like a win, and he rightly should do it because he is the man who's going to challenge Tadej Pogačar. Maybe not next year, but maybe 2 years from now. And it's going to be a chocolate medal, as the French say, the médaille de chocolat, the 4th place for Christian Scaroni. And look how close Tom Squinch, that's Squinch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even got.
Yeah, Squinch.
And another 5th place for Tom Squinch. For his daughters, Laila and Aria. What a championship rider this man is. Another 5th place for him, just like last week. And that is Ayuso. Here's Matthias Skelmose. It was, of course, part of that early move of 3 riders. We started with that breakaway of 3 riders with, no, not Matthias Skelmose, it was Dan Hole and Vacek, the other little track riders. Skelmose in 7th?
7th, yeah.
7th, thank you. Gianmarco Garofoli, Pavel Sivakov here for 8th and 9th place. They were actually not that far behind Paul Sigsas and Cristian Scaroni in the end. They are going to sprint for it even, with French rider Pavel Sivakov and Gianmarco Garofoli for Italy. And it looks like Sivakov is going to win this little sprint for 8th. And then 10th place for Frigo.
Frigo v Roman Gregoire.
Yeah, Gregoire, also one of the pre-race favourites. Of course, the winner of the one-day race that we have here at the end of January on the same kind of course. But today was a whole different cookie for this Romain Gregoire. We're going to sprint for 10th between Marco Frigo and Romain Gregoire. Normally, the French rider should have it. Yeah, sprinting from the back of the Italian rider. The French, they truly had strength in numbers, and they really showed, and they're coming away with a bronze medal. I think that was the highest achievable medal that they could get today. Louis Vervaeke, Nicolas Prodhomme, Tish Benoot. This is for 11th place. Like Prodhomme is going to get it ahead of Benoot and Vervaeke. Großschartner there in the distance for Austria. Last time we came across the finish line 17 kilometers ago, we had 17 riders left in the race, with Luxembourg rider Mats Wenzel as the last one. This is Aurélien Paratintre. What an attritional race, 3,300 meters of elevation. And basically, John, it was full on right from the start. There was not a moment there that it really settled into a race rhythm. And that's something that we've seen so much in recent years, that we don't have a traditional breakaway. We just have full on racing right from the start. And 30 finishes in Rwanda, 17 finishes here in Valence in France. And the same winner last week and this week.
Yeah, very much from the beginning of the day, the breakaway really wasn't established. The biggest gap it got was, I think, a 1:20. And the racing kicked off. And the 19-year-old Paul Sigsas waving to the home fans, enjoying that bronze medal, and as he should.
The top 10 of the 10th edition of the Elite Men's Road Championships. Tadej Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel, Paul Sigsas on the podium. Scaroni, Squinch, Ayuso, Skelmose, Sivakov, Garofoli and Romain Gregoire. That is the top 10 of this year's very hard edition in the Drôme Ardèche region of France. Time for a little highlights reel of this 10th edition of the European Championships. Only 95 starters, 202.5 kilometers of bike racing to do. An uphill start on the Col du Moulin du Vent, 4 kilometers, 5.1%, and we had 3 riders on the attack early on with Matthias Wacek for the Czech Republic, Dan Hole and Matthijs Paasens for the Dutch team. In the peloton, the jackets were still on. It was a lovely day, about 15 degrees Celsius. First time across the finish line was at 155 kilometers to go. The group behind, not that far, and they would get bridge across to that first group. 15 riders in this first group, including some strong riders. Tadej Pogačar keeping his powder dry for now as we make our way to the 2 climbs on the course. One is called the Saint-Romain-de-l'Air, including the Mur de Cornas in the vineyards. And that was the moment that we say goodbye at 108 kilometers to go to Jonas Vingegaard. The group made it across. We have riders up front like Niklas Larsen, Kasper Pedersen. This Marco Frigo was up there as well. Nicolas Prudhomme for the French. They had Stajnar for the Slovenians. And then, yeah, they overtake 2 riders from the original breakaway with Andrea Mifsud and Kasper Pedersen. Victor Langelotti as well. And then it's full gas by Tadej Pogačar. Juan Ayuso on his wheel. Remco Evenepoel not that far back. Ayuso has to capitulate quite soon after. And then these 2 riders, they look pretty solid together. Remco Evenepoel looked pretty solid, but then all of a sudden it was kaboom. And at 75 kilometers to go, it was a solo for Tadej Pogačar. Ayuso, Paul Cézanne and Christian Scaroni, gel and all, bridged across to Paul Cézanne. And Remco Evenepoel, I was a little bit annoyed by the lack of cooperation in that chasing group. And with 2 laps to go, he decided to go solo. 1 lap to go. The difference between Tadej Pogačar and Remco Evenepoel is a minute, and it would stay around the minute mark for the entirety of the chase. They were equally matched, apart from that one moment on the very steep gradients on the Mur de Cornas, where Pogačar made the difference and went solo. Paul Cézanne for France, Christian Scaroni for Italy, and Ayuso for Spain are battling it out for bronze. And this is that moment that Paul Cézanne, the 19-year-old from France, tries to get rid of Christian Scaroni. Pogačar smiling at the camera. He's done it again after a wonderful season where he won the Tour de France, where he won the World Championship yet again. He now also wins the European Championship. Sadly, we're not going to see the jersey because he will be in rainbow stripes for the entire year up until the 27th of September, when we have another World Championships in Canada, in Montreal, just like we did in 1974. Remco Evenepoel, he has to settle for another silver medal, but he will be back for revenge. Maybe already next Saturday, Il Lombardia. Paul Cézanne, the man for the future, 19 years young. He's happy with the bronze medal, and the French fans are happy with him. He is going to join Remco Evenepoel and Tadej Pogačar on the podium here in Guiers-en-Grange, just outside the city of Valence in the south of France. Well, John, there was a long 200 kilometers, but it was entertaining nonetheless. We're going to listen to Juan Ayuso first.
20 seconds behind Tadej, you could see him, I guess, at some point. How was it?
Yeah, we could see him, but at first there was quite a little cooperation with France and Italy. I don't know why. They decided to not pull in the group and to pull in the group behind, which for me makes no sense, but yeah, they do their race, and I try to help Remco. I was also a bit on the limit to try and fight for the win. But yeah, at the end, Remco was also the strongest from the smallest group, and he went ahead.
What did you learn from about yourself in these 2 races, Kigali and here, regarding the one-day races?
I think I felt a bit better in Kigali, because already here with nearly 2 hours to go, I was already suffering and quite tired. I think I can really feel it's the last race of the season, and yeah, it's been quite an intense year. So yeah, I left everything I had, and I'm glad about it.
Well done. Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
John, what do you take away from this edition of the European Championships?
Yeah, another brilliant race, really. We go over and over. We always expect Pogačar to deliver, and the pressure that he must have, and to keep being able to come out and deliver, actually is a real show of the quality of Pogačar. And he's come out again and shown why he's one of the best of all time and current world champion.
Today, congratulations after the World Championships, European Championships. We would say nothing new. You dominated this race as usual.
I mean, yeah, I find myself in the front, and I try to keep the good gap around 1 minute. I know it's a comfortable gap, but yeah, it was never. I don't think it was super dominant. Renko was really good and always chasing me. And yeah, I could not give up until the finish line. I had to push really, really hard, and yeah, I'm happy it's over and another title.
Another title, but your action, it means your action was not planned.
No, I mean, obviously we knew that the race will be the hardest on the third climb, but yeah, Belgium, they start to attack on the second time in the lap, and yeah, I was start to losing some teammates, and Domen and Matej they were still going really strong to keep everything together. But then yeah, the third lap I saw there was 4 or 5 Belgians, and I was alone for the team, so I was yeah, better to be on the attack than together with too many guys that can attack you. So I tried, and it succeeded.
You won almost everything, but actually there is something you are still dreaming, something still in your goals.
Yeah, for sure. Every year I want to be a better version of myself, and yeah, try to gain more experience, try different races, and yeah, I am lucky enough to win all these kind of races, but yeah, I need to enjoy until I can.
And next year the European Championships will take place in Slovenia.
Yes, next year is in Slovenia, and yeah, it's a big honor to have such a big race in home country.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
I wonder how he's going to do it. Of course, he wants to defend his world title first and foremost in Montreal. It's a course that suits him, John. But then, of course, at European Championships in Ljubljana, he almost has to show up there. You know, he cannot say, "Okay, sorry, people in Slovenia, I'm just not showing up."
Yeah, of course he's going to do it. He did it this year, Worlds and Euros back to back, so there's no reason why he won't be able to do it this year and next year. I mean, so. But as you said, Evenepoel today really kept him honest. That gap when Evenepoel started attacking, and it attacked and then held the gap at a minute the whole way. So.
But I think I got from that interview as well that he also realises that this is not going to be forever, that there are going to be new challenges, that there are new challengers, that there are going to be new challenges for him, and that this dominance is not a given for the years to come. That he needs to keep working and be the best version of himself, like he said. It's
of course, yeah.
It's not an automatic thing, not even for Tadej Pogačar.
No. But he said exactly what we said on commentary, actually. He knew
lovely.
He was then isolated, and that's why he made that move.
You're the expert.
It's exactly, he had to go on the attack to get rid of all those teammates. He turned around, he saw the numbers that Belgium had, the numbers that France had, and that was the best form of defence at that point. But a really nice podium, you have to say, of course. Pogačar and Evenepoel, of course, then being joined by, France's future, as they say, Paul Sexas picking up the bronze medal.
Ceremony of the 2025 UEC Road European Championships Medellin Road Race.
Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention s'il vous plaît. Place à la dernière cérémonie protocolaire de ces championnats d'Europe de cyclisme sur route 2025.
I love how the tufts are completely uncontrollable, even when he doesn't have a helmet on. I think Urška said one day that he has got difficult hair.
Yeah, the only way you can deal with it is having the haircut like Remco. But even then, I think that it'll grow back with the tufts straight away.
What a podium. The absolute dominant rider of this season. The second dominant rider, I want to say. Remco Evenepoel, despite his accident in December and a late start to the season, he still made the most of it. And the up and coming young man, the challenger of the future. Paul Sexas. Good for the French crowd that they have a medal here. Of course, they won the team time trial, which was nice. Other road titles went to Spain with Paula Ostiz in the junior women, and Paula Blasi in the under-23 women. Belgium won the under-23 men's race with Jarno Vidar, and Germany the junior men's race with Karel Herzog. He won the time trial, of course, just like Marlen Reusser did. Also a jersey that we will not see in any time trials next year, because he is the world champion. He will have to wait another year, John, to get that final 8th title off his bingo card. And he will have to do it in the Lions Den, the home of Tadej Pogačar, next year, 4th of October. The European Championships in Slovenia. Another one for the climbers, if I know that country a little bit. Enrico Della Casa, the chairman of the European Cycling Federation, handing the jersey to Tadej Pogačar. And a gold medal yet again for the legend that is Tadej Pogačar.
Remise par Christian Ferroussier, vice-président du conseil départemental de l'Ardèche. Madame Françoise Chazal, vice-présidente du conseil départemental de la Drôme. Madame Sylvie Gaucher.
I love it how Paul Sexas is quite possibly the happiest man on this podium, with a bronze medal in this company. Flowers for Paul Sexas.
Yeah, the largest cheer is for Paul Sexas every time he raises his hand.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for the national anthem of Slovenia.
And then it's time for the national anthem. And quite often I give you the name of the national anthem, but I just Googled it, and I'm not going there. A toast to Tadej Pogačar on his European title. On behalf of John Mould and myself, Jose Bain, I do thank you for joining us for the entirety of this race. I do hope that you enjoyed it. I sure did, John. It was an exciting race, and those 200 kilometres basically just flew by.
They sure did. They kept us on our toes from the start until the end. Attacks aplenty, and with Pogačar out on the race behind really heated up. So yeah, a nice addition to the European Championships as we wind down the season.